100.
I don't even tied. Like, you're a hot mess.
They don't see my shoes anyway.
I found them in the garage at 12:26.
Oh, my goodness.
This time I'll call to order the July 7, 2025 meeting of the City of Clearwater Downtown Development Board. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda, approve the minutes of the June 2nd, 2025 CRA meeting.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Excuse me. Go back. That's the June 2nd Downtown Development Board meeting. So, motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to item 3.1 on the agenda.
Adopt the millage rate of 0.9700 for the 2025-2026 fiscal year and set public hearing dates for proposed millage and budget on September 3rd, 2025 and at 5:15 p.m. and September 17, 2025 at 5:15 p.m.
Good afternoon. Jesus Nino for the record, Executive Director for the CRA Department. In accordance with the State of Florida statewide truth and millage or TRIM requirements, taxing authorities, they must hold public hearings on the proposed millage rate and tentative budget within 65 days of certification of taxable values. These requirements are prescribed in Chapter 200 of the Florida statutes. Staff is recommending a proposed millage rate of 0.9700 mils for fiscal year 2025-2026, which is also the current millage rate, and it has been the current millage rate for years now. Additionally, to comply with the requirements and meet the Florida Department of Revenue's TRIM schedule, which mandates hearings be held between September 3rd and September 18th of 2025, staff recommends scheduling 2 public hearings for September the 3rd, 2025 at 5:15 p.m. and September 17th, 2025 at 5:15 p.m. These hearings are to adopt the fiscal year millage rate and budget, which will be held here in the council chambers for the public. Staff will be working very closely with the city's budget department and the Florida Department of Revenue to remain compliant and assure that requirements for our advertisements are being met. At this time, staff is open for questions.
Is there anyone here from the public that today that desires to speak to agenda item 3.1? Hearing seeing none, is there any board discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve item 3.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 3.2.
Approve a high-impact grant funding request from Judges Car and Truck Shows to produce Wheels on the Water, a one-day car, truck, and Jeep show in downtown Clearwater in an amount not to exceed $22,200 and authorize appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Vicki Shire, CR Division Manager. Today, staff is bringing forward a high-impact grant funding request from Judges Car and Shows to support their proposed event, Wheels on the Water. This one-day truck and Jeep show is scheduled for Saturday, September 20th, 2025, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. along the former block of Cleveland Street and in Coshman Park. Judges Car and Truck Show has over 15 years of experience hosting successful events through Florida and Georgia. They are well recognized for producing community-focused programming, having raised more than $45,000 for non-for-profit organizations in the past year alone. Their team has also helped manage events including Dunning Wines the Blues, Dunning Mardi Gras, and have served as judges for the Antique Automobile Club of America. Their recent Hearts for Homes for Veterans car show registered over 300 vehicles. Wheels on the Water will include a judge, truck, and Jeep competition, vendor booth, live music performances, and DJs, also interactive activities and games for families. Attendance is anticipated between 2,000 and 3,000 throughout the day. The event is designed to activate public spaces, increase foot traffic to local businesses, and provide an engaging experience for both residents and visitors. The total estimated budget for Wheels on the Water is $29,820. Of this amount, the applicant will contribute $7,620, and they are requesting $22,200 in funding support from the Downtown Development Board. Through vehicle registration, sponsorships, and vendor fees, the applicant anticipates receiving an additional $6,000 in third-party contribution. Estimated city fees for the event are projected to be $4,750 according to Park and Recreation. This proposal meets all requirements outlined in Section 3 of the DDB request grant policy for high-impact funding. Looking ahead, the applicant intends to establish reoccurring car shows in downtown Clearwater, building this into a multi-event series with unique themes and expanded partnerships with local businesses. This vision directly supports the DDB strategic goals of fostering a downtown that is dynamic, inclusive, and economically vibrant. Staff recommends approval of this funding request in the amount not to exceed $22,200 for eligible direct costs and city fees. The applicant is present today and available to address any questions you may have.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 3.2? Hearing seeing none, are there any questions from the board? Councilmember Cotton?
Yes, thank you, sir. I look forward to car shows coming to our downtown. I think that this will be a great event, especially for an initial one, and then hopefully grow from that and do subsequent ones. It does look, though, going through the budget, that roughly 35% is going to be taxpayer funded through the DDB of your budget.
Correct.
So I'm sure you've seen the theme here from this board is that we're trying to work to a way of being more sustainable, which hopefully with the event and continuing, more cars come in, those types of things, and we'll start to see that number go down, right?
Correct.
You guys will be more profitable. And
Yes.
get more foot traffic to our downtown. So really, it's just a statement. The second thing that I saw was your insurance, and I do see it's listed DDB. Is that you all providing or procuring your own insurance?
Yes, we do procure our own event insurance. We operate over 30 different car shows per year. So we do want to make these Clearwater shows, these downtown Clearwater shows, one of our showcase, or two of our showcase, hopefully next year as well in March, doing a spring event. So we do have an insurance company that we work with.
Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted, it seemed a little low with but I don't know what type
Yes,
of
it
umbrella
was an
policy
estimate
or-
from our agent.
Okay.
But we will have a more exact number, obviously, once we confirm that,
great.
confirm everything with her.
Nope, I just wanted to, get that out there. I hope that this event takes off and brings some good foot traffic to our downtown.
Yes,
So thank you.
definitely. Thank you.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Teixeira? Yeah.
Have you had discussions or involvement with the brick and mortar merchants on Cleveland Street?
Not as of yet. We've reached out to Clear Sky and one other restaurant as well, but we do want to have merchant involvement. All of our other events, whether it be car shows or festivals that we've worked with, have had some element of community involvement, whether that's working with nonprofits like Vicki mentioned, or working with downtown members to activate, and promote their business. So we will be doing that. We would like to see the restaurants and businesses have space in our vendor zone, which is located on the map, at no additional cost to them. We are also utilizing one block of Cleveland Street, so that is going to be a unique element because we're going to be driving people to the park and also to downtown, so it's going to flow both ways. But yes, we definitely want to have merchant activation for this event. And we'll also be giving away things to all of our registered attendees, whether it be goodie bags or sponsor goodies and things like that. So we want to have something from the vendors, or from the merchants, excuse me, to give away to drive traffic, not just on the day of, but planting a seed for them to come back. So,
As you mentioned, I have here as one of my comments that I do appreciate the fact that the cars are going up the hill into Cleveland Street, so it connects downtown with the park. So that's a strategy that I like a lot.
oh, good, thank you. And we did a walkthrough with the City Department, Parks and Rec and everyone, so it was really informative. As we continue to expand, we'd love to utilize more of downtown, but that's just what we're starting with. And you could also see, like with our marketing promotion, obviously those numbers are a little bit higher, but this is a first-time event. We do want to make it a showcase event of ours. It's a tentpole event, so to speak, so we do want to make sure that we start off on the right foot, so that way it has good word of mouth for moving forward.
Councilmember Cotton? Excuse me, Menino. Yeah.
I'll take it.
That's the mustache, dude.
Exactly, no mustache. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Judge, for being in here. I think a car show down there that's successful in this size, including, like the councilwoman said, not just the park, but up 400 and 500 block. I think it's important. I look forward to hoping we'll have success with it. I do have a couple questions for you, and I thank the council member for bringing it up. A $30,000 event and asking this board to pretty much fund the majority of it, of over $22,000. is a big ask, depending on weather and things that go wrong. Can you help me understand how you get to an estimation of 2,000 to 3,000 people? What are we doing to get there?
That is based off of previous events. We have car shows that range for registered vehicles from about 75 up to over 300 vehicles. Since this is a first-time show, but just based on our reaching out and sort of informal polling of our attendees for our other shows, we do see this as being a well-attended show. We sort of lowered the expectations just a little bit on the registered vehicles. Because we are having family activities vendors, we'll have children's activities that's listed in the entertainment section. That includes things like face painting, balloon people, activities for families. And we'll be doing a large outreach program to bring not only just car show attendees, but people who are looking to visit the park and visit downtown. That will help bring more guests here than just car show registrations. So if we have 100 car shows, it's not, or 100 car show registrations, it's not just going to be 100 car show registrations that are in the park. We're also working, again, with the merchants downtown. We really are big promoters of cross-promotion, so that is something that we will definitely be doing. We're going to be promoting the event through our print promotions and also social media and online. We have an online presence with reaching over 6,000 people in our monthly newsletter. We also partner with Florida Car Shows, Motoring Magazine, several different car show listing websites to help get the word out there, in addition to paid advertising that we'll be doing as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not
And
asking.
we are contributing, I'm sorry to interrupt, we are contributing about 46%, about 13,000, so with everything added together, so.
Gotcha.
And we understand that you are helping us, but like I said, moving forward, hopefully that ask won't be as high.
Thank you. And my questions along the line aren't to scrutinize you or to, because I hope we have a successful event.
Yes.
This is a partnership with the city and with the DDB that you're asking for, and we want nothing more than your success. So thank you for answering these questions. $4,200 on event day for staff and personnel. Can you help me understand what it seems a little high?
That was, yes, that is including our staff, because we do our event company staff, but then we were also hiring some additional staff. Because originally, you can see this event map here, it did list some additional zones, like a VIP zone and those types of things. That number may be tweaked because this is our first year. We don't want to expand too much and bite off more than we can chew and have it not be successful. So that number may be tweaked a little bit there. But a lot of that just included the additional staff that we thought we might need. It was an estimation.
And then I think if we're going to fine tune it a little bit, $7,300 for entertainment seems probably a little high. I mean, stage rental, DJ, and live music.
That included the stage rental. That included the things like the face painting, the balloon. We just sort of had everything in
Kind of
there.
lumped it in.
So we have we have the city stage, we have the two bands, we have the DJ, which is covering both the Cleveland block and the Coachman Park. So he'll have multiple speakers set up and be able to have music playing in between the music and during registration time as well.
Gotcha. I don't have any other questions for you. I think you could probably fine tune the budget a little more. Being as though it's a first year event, we're not really including our brick and mortar downtowns. While I wish you the most success and I hope we can be a good partner with you, I think $22,000 for a one-day event is probably a pretty big ask. I would probably be willing, and the board can give their own input, but I think even 50% of helping you with the event at $15,000 is probably pretty large as well, but I think you could get me there to help you in this first year.
Okay.
But 22 just seems pretty large in looking at the budget. But I wish you and the group nothing but the most success.
Okay. Any additional?
Councilmember Albritton.
So I did a classic car show, I think 2013, downtown Clearwater. I went to the Tampa Bay Classic Car Association, and they have a coffee every Saturday You can find out where they have it now. I'm not sure if it's the same place, but handed out flyers, and we got a lot of cars. I mean, we filled up Cleveland Street, the whole 400 and 500 and 600 block. So I would suggest maybe doing something like that. I mean, you're in the business, and
Yes.
that's probably what you do.
We do. For each one of our shows, we distribute flyers, like physical flyers, and then we also have our newsletter as well. So we go to not just the Cars and Coffee events, but we go to many of the other shows that operate in the area and literally do hard copy flyers
Yeah.
distribution.
I found that the only thing that really messes it up if it's rain scheduled that day.
Yes.
People don't want to bring their cars out in the rain.
And we do have a rain date as well, scheduled for February for this event, because that's always something safe to have, like you said,
Yeah.
so, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Ms.
So to
Frazier?
follow up on Councilman Menino's question, if, or comment, if you don't get the full 22,000, are you still able to move forward?
We would have to just evaluate that and maybe, to use that word again, tweak things, and maybe reduce some of the things that, because right now we're doing, the trophies, the live music. We're doing a certain amount of trophies. It will be over 100 trophies. But we would just have to adjust those numbers if we did not get the full amount. So, because right now, everything on there was based on that plus our contribution, so.
Anybody else? Okay, well, I have two things. First one is, off what the two council members to my left have said regarding, we're not trying to count paper clips here. We're just trying to with our experience and what we've seen already, success and not very well attended events down there, kind of help you work through what expenses here may be, wanted but not necessary. And to Councilmember Menino's point, the entertainment sticks out because two bands, I can understand having a DJ there, having music to help liven the event, but I can tell you from past events we've had down there in the last 6 to 12 months, the live bands do not draw people. They'll be drawn there to your event because of the cars.
Right.
And so I would question whether or not it's wise to spend money or a first-time event on anything more than a DJ. The live music does not draw people. You would know better, and I'm sure you could tell us, your experience having some kind of music there. But I think that that's an area where I would scrutinize is the entertainment expense. Even if you cut it in half, I think that still gives you plenty of opportunity to add to the event and to the character and the liveliness of the event. The second thing is on the vendors, are these food vendors or who are you bringing down? You've got 20 listed.
No, those will be vendors similar to the other markets that are downtown. We have many vendors that are also like car-specific type of vendors selling things for, car-related products and such. So it would be a mixture of things.
Yeah, I would be concerned at only $50 per booth if we were bringing in vendors for food that, for that low booth rental price, that would compete in some ways, or I wouldn't say discourage people from going up Cleveland Street to enjoy, but that might give people a convenient reason not to walk up the next block to enjoy those.
Yes, I understand, and we keep that in mind as well, because we do operate other shows in other downtowns, but also in areas that are malls. So we do keep that in mind. So we would try not to have anything that was conflicting. Obviously, if there's a seafood restaurant, we're not going to have a clam bake car truck or a food truck right next door. So we'll have vendors that would be like ices, like Kona Ice or ice cream, things like that that might not conflict, or that hopefully would not conflict with anything in the downtown. And then, like I said, offering the merchants, the restaurants, and things like that space down in the park. They could either use that to sell, or they could use that to promote and drive people to their restaurant that day. So, and then thank you for that comment about the entertainment. That will be something that we do review. Since the event is an all-day event, and it is something that we're trying to draw others, not just for, like I said, car registrants, that was one of the aspects of having the live entertainment and music and those types of things, and things going on downtown on Cleveland Street, so that way it keeps people entertained, so to speak, because we do want them to stay the full day. Obviously, they have to at all of our events, but just so there's something going on. We were also going to utilize the city stage to do our presentation of the trophies and those things, and announcements as well. So, but we can look at, we can definitely look at that to review. Thank you for that suggestion.
And just on the $50 for the vendor fee doesn't sound like a lot to me.
The
Is that
$50
consistent with what you normally do?
No, the $50 for the vendor's fees, we asked what the vendors normally charge or what they normally pay here, and we didn't want to go too far askew of that. We've had other shows where it's a higher vendor fee for just a regular 10 by 10 space and then up to $200+ for a food vendor. But since this, again, was a first-time event, since we're new to this area, we want to attract vendors that are familiar with Coachman Park. We didn't want to be exorbitant in our vendor fees, so.
Well, obviously, we're sensitive to it because we're subsidizing it
Yeah.
with tax dollars, so we just want to make sure that those people coming in making money on the event pay a fair price. For
Yes.
Okay, anything else from the board? Councilmember Cotton, excuse me, Menino.
I'm gonna have to grow the
Maybe
mustache
we'll
out
switch
for you.
places.
No, I was just gonna make a motion unless anyone else had any more discussions. I think being as though it's a first-time event and being new to the area, I would be supportive in approving agenda item 3.2 at the amount of $15,000 in a city sponsorship.
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved and seconded that we appropriate $15,000 for this event. Is there any further discussion from the board? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Next, we'll go to item 3.3 on the agenda.
Approve a community grant funding request from the Tampa Bay Ukulele Society to produce a one-day ukulele festival in downtown Clearwater in an amount not to exceed $15,000, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good afternoon, Vicki Shire, CRA Division Manager. I just wanted to state, when we meet with the DDB applicants, one of the things that we do is after or before, depending on the time schedules, we take them and meet all the local merchants within the area that they're putting on their events at. So, and even farther past that if they'd like to. And we also, promote their events too, asking all the other local merchants within the Gateway or in Myrtle or in Cleveland if they want to join these events. So they're always asked. And then also we did ask no food vendors so that it is helping the local restaurants down here. So we like to say just ice cream or snow cones, but we'd like to compliment our restaurants down here and not add any more competition. So their next item. Before you today is a request from the Tampa Bay Ukulele Society for community grant funding to proceed with their annual ukulele festival in downtown Clearwater. The Tampa Bay Ukulele Society will host a one-day festival on Sunday, March 15th, 2026. The event will take place in the 400 blocks of Cleveland Street from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., followed by a concert on the green at Coachman from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. The festival is a free event featuring live music performances and educational activities throughout the day. The event is expected to have 1,000 attendees over the course of the day, and additionally 300 plus more for the concert at Coachman Park. The total project cost is $27,100. The applicant will contribute $75,000 towards this amount and is requesting $15,000 in funding from the Downtown Development Board. Additionally, the project anticipates generating $4,600 in revenue based on income. Estimated city fees for the event are projected to be $2,455,000, according to Parks and Recreation. This proposal meets all requirements outlined in Section 3 of the DDB grant request policy for community event funding. Staff recommends approval of funding in the amount not to exceed $15,000 for eligible direct costs and city fees. The applicant is present today to answer any questions the board may have.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 3.3? Seeing none, is there any board discussion or questions?
May I go through this quickly?
Sure.
It's the old-fashioned way.
Okay.
Don't throw them away, they're $10 apiece. We're only bold enough to say in the opening slide, no one does downtown better. A couple of reasons. Ironically enough, I worked in the Colony Building on the second floor, 1978, and my partner, Steve Redden, who was one of the top branding people probably in the world, he had a photo studio at 520 Cleveland Street. So it was quite ironic when we had the workshops there. It brought back a lot of memories. In addition to that, for 3 years, I worked in conjunction with the merchants and the DCMA, promoting a loyalty program for the merchants. And then the last 4 years, we've come before you, and you've graciously supported the festival. We got 12,500 the first year, 10 the second, 10 the third, 20,000 last year. This year, we're looking for 15,000. I think you'll see as we go through it. We've been very conservative for a couple of reasons. Number one, we're moving to a new venue in the park. Actually, at the suggestion of Chris Coach, a couple of years ago, he said, why don't you people consider using our park? So he planted that seed, and it's going to come to fruition. But it's a prelude to what we're planning in the future. We hope this has become almost the epicenter, certainly on the east coast of the ukulele world. We're planning to work with our CALA sponsor. We'll get you one of those, David, instead of the Luna, to do what we consider to be probably the largest ukulele convention in the country in the near future. We're extremely efficient and effective in our advertising. We leverage very heavily. As you can see, we got 250,000 exposures from the billboards. Ask yourself, when was the last time the DDB had a billboard, but also the city. In addition to that, we work very, very closely with all the media outlets, and we're very good at leveraging so we can get 3 or 4 times the impact with the spend. As you can see from the page that shows the various outlets, we're always, each year on Channel 10 and 8, they give us a 20-minute spot, and all the acts always ask, how do you get those hosts to say that whole Clearwater District 400 and 500 block? And they're just conditioned to it over the years, and they realize that that's really what we focus on. As far as the merchants, the reasons we do all the aforementioned is really community. Over the 4 years, we've probably invested 50,000 ourselves and untold pro bono hours, and it's mainly because we believe in the community, and the community has responded well to the ukulele community. Being very merchant-focused, as you can see from the comments of the merchants. Thank you, Lena, for your kind words at the concert this year. But the merchants are very, very close to us. We work closely with them, and they are very responsive, and they feedback quite heavily. Our estimated numbers over the years have been anywhere from 200 to 2,500. We've had people like Gary Ginn, very experienced, who said it was the most he'd seen. This year, Officer Castellanos, who was in charge of the police detail, when I asked him, he said he thought it was as many as he'd seen for that year, even at Christmas. You can see the quotes yourself. One item is Mandy Harvey. She's an AGT winner, America's Got Talent, and world-class. She flew from here to Switzerland, and she just said this is a world-class event. This year, as I said, we're moving down to the park. It's a big step for us, but it's an initial step. We're using a 40 by 100 tent. We're bringing in 2 extremely, extremely well-known acts. As you probably know, it's St. Patrick's Day weekend. We've offset that by both of them specialized in Irish and Celtic music. So we think we'll enhance it with that extra feature. We've surveyed the park, and we've actually contracted with the artists. The only way you get artists of this ilk is you have to get them early. The schedule, we want to combine both, using both blocks. It is a Sunday. Again, another reason why what we're asking is conservative. We want to have music on the 12 to 3:30 in the 400 or 500 block. We've always done. The merchants tell us they turn the tables 4.5 to 5 times. The 4 to 6 is going to be the concert under the big tent. And then 6:30 to 9, they'll come back up to the street and they'll do a jam, either Clear Sky or Prelude or both. As you can see from the budget, our total budget is 27.1, but our mantra usually is we spend whatever it takes to get the job done. My partner and I, we contribute $7,500. We usually manage about $4,600 in fees, in promotional fees. We are going to invite all the merchants from the district, as well as Pete and Shorty's, to be vendors down in the park as kind of a payback to them for all the things that they've done for us. We may ask them to contribute 10% to the two nonprofits. It's $7,500. It's not $75,000. Vicky's spending my money. As you can see, we do billboards, we do social media. One thing to keep in mind, there are 17 very active ukulele clubs, very active in Florida. All of them have their own Facebook. Some of them do TikTok and everything else. They'll be engaged very heavily. We do draw from Manatee, from Venice and Sarasota, the Bradenton Club. We have as far west as Orlando. We've had people come over from Fort Lauderdale. But we're going to start to nurture that in anticipation of future years. Again, we thank you for your past generosity. It's enabled us to do far more than we ever expected, and the numbers just keep getting better and better, and we're hoping to expand it and keep putting a spotlight on the district, which, as I said, we have in-depth knowledge of and a heart for.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I just have a comment.
Councilmember.
There's two things regarding your events that stand out to me. First is your collaboration with the merchants. It's quite in-depth, and it's very much interactive. As your two groups just really interact very well. The second is how dynamic your event is. You're constantly moving different concerts throughout the street, as well as engaging inside the venues. And I know that I attended one of them, and the house, I mean, it was packed. So I like the way you keep things going and how you involve the merchants, both inside and outside. Very dynamic.
Thank you.
Councilmember Menino.
I knew you'd get it the third time. Thank you. Quick question for you. I was out there last year. How did you estimate a crowd of 2,500 to 3,000?
Well, as I said, a couple of years ago, we were told by several people they thought it was that. I asked the police officers who've been to 3 or 4 other events, and they said this is as crowded as they saw it during the holiday season, and the numbers we've heard for that is about 1,500. But like I said, going down to the park, we know you've had some events down there, so you had some experience. We've kept our estimates conservative. We want to underpromise and overachieve, because like I said, we're looking to expand that. Yeah. So we were careful with it. This year, the restaurants say they turn the tables 4.5 to 5 times.
And that's why I ask, and I bet they did, and it was busy down there, but I think it's important to know you are also sharing a venue and a footprint of our downtown with
that could have been
the Purina Dog Show and Market Marie. I think that those are both great events for down. One is nationally televised, and we all know Market Marie is probably our most successful downtown
event great.
that
Surprisingly,
we have.
As Keith Green said, thank God for your festival, he said he didn't get a lot of people from the park up to the you can't tell. Yeah. I wish we could find a way to really measure the traffic. I don't know how to do that, other than empiric data from the merchants, and the police are pretty good. They're a pretty good gauge.
Yeah, and I agree 100%. I think, what I learned in it was standalone events down here sometimes struggle. And so just having, while it's a great event, a standalone anything has trouble getting people, especially getting the numbers like that. I think where you win and our downtown wins, the DDB wins, the citizens win, is when we are partnering with multiple events, just as you did last year. And Purina Dog Show, Market Marie, and yourself, downtown was alive. Our businesses were turning over tables. So I wanted.
I don't know what else is happening that day, but cross-marketing may be a really good idea. But I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, well, if you're getting the credit for it, then take it. Because
Well, we went to the Sunday mainly for a couple of reasons. Number one, nothing else is happening. And being proximate to St. Patrick's Day, we felt we could take advantage of that.
Gotcha. And I think this board's still trying to navigate this process and figure it out. I mean, in my head, we partner with business owners, and you put together a business plan, and you put on a successful event. There's no question they are. At some point, we hope it's a partnership that gets you on your feet and gets you moving and gets you running, and you can slowly step back from the reliability and responsibility on the city financially, and maybe we help you in that sponsorship on taking care of your permitting and policing and alleviate some of that in a partnership. I think we're going into year 5, and like you said, we've 12,500, 10,800, 10,000, 20,300, and now we're asking again for another 15,000, which is still, we're in that 50% responsibility financially.
Right.
Do you see yourself in your business plan of this successful event finding a way to alleviate some of that financial burden on the city?
Well, we'd like to. Obviously, we'd like to remove the financial burden for us as well. Unfortunately, and I've said this before, it's so focused. The benefit to the city is, and to the downtown, is we push downtown Clearwater.
Yeah.
It's so focused and so narrow, it's difficult getting major sponsors. We have a bourbon company that supports it by about $2,500, only because the restaurants take the bourbon. And the ukulele companies, they'll only trade product, which then we have to, raffle and sell and do all kinds of things. So it is difficult getting major sponsorship, just because of the fact that it's very niche and it's a very narrow, market. It's downtown Clearwater. And
Yeah.
so, but yes, obviously we would like to, and we try. I'm seeing one of the big banks tomorrow. But again, dealing with the major people, it's not expansive enough for them. So we can get small bits and pieces. But we try, trust me. We try and we leverage and we trade every way we possibly can. But
Understood. And again, I'm not trying to poke holes, because you do put
Oh,
on
no,
a
no,
great
I
event. and It's
understand. No, we would
professionally
like
run,
to.
and Miss Lena bounces around all day on that day and loves the energy and the vibe, and we've heard it a lot. I just hope that as a board, we keep setting a precedent at some point that we aren't here to continue to give handouts. We want to be a good partner. We want to help you succeed. But where is that kind of off-ramp of financially?
Well, I
making
think
this-
one thing is we're lowering the amount, even though the fixed cost with the tent and the staging and all of that is much higher. But we don't expect that you're going to carry all the weight.
Gotcha.
But we do try, and we're good at it. It's just a very niche market and a niche area.
Gotcha. Just feedback board, I'm supportive in that $10,000 to $15,000 range and pushing forward. I do hope that we find a way to get an off-ramp some sort. The city sponsorship and taking care of city fees and policing and keeping people safe is a great partnership. I just hope, we're year 5. I hope we can continue to take the steps in that
Well,
direction.
we like to think that
Thank you.
the city gets the bang for the buck.
Thank you.
We keep that in mind at all times.
Vice Mayor Teixeira.
I think it's important for me to just kind of pitch in a little bit on this. As someone who was on the DCMA and who, floundered, and that's the word, trying to organize events in this downtown, I welcome anyone who is willing to invest and risk in this downtown. The reason why we exist, the DDB, the reason why we're in a CRA area, is because this is not a normal downtown. And we do need to assist those who are willing to do events in downtown. So I don't want to send that message out or have anyone perceive that we are not appreciative of any offer or any interest that comes before us. I, of all people, understand how challenging it is to have a successful event in this downtown. And we want to be part of that solution. I think we're on our way to being successful, well on our way, but we're not there yet. So I really would like to officially say, at least for my part, I welcome all ideas. And I appreciate the fact that there is added risk and added work and resources that are needed in this downtown. And that's the reality. And I acknowledge that. So thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
Councilmember Albritton?
I kind of want to say the same thing. You know, you've been here a few years, and I can tell you every merchant downtown knows when you're here and appreciates you being here. And I think it draws a lot of people, which is what that's what our board here wants to do, is to bring people down here. And you did a good job at that, and I wish you success in the future.
Thank you. I think we're going to borrow your trailer again this year.
Okay.
Again, trying to save $100. Since the guy sold the other place, I can't remember the name of it, that we used to get it from.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I agree. I think that you throw on a great event. I don't think that Councilmember Menino was trying to beat you up with,
Oh, no, no,
with what
I
he was
understand.
trying to convey. I think that the sentiment is noticed, that we're trying to make sure our events are flourishing, and like you have, but we're also trying to alleviate that taxpayer burden. It's a fine line of what to do and how to do that. So I appreciate your events. I just want you, don't feel beat up. I hope that nobody in this room ever feels beat up when
No.
we ask the tough questions, but there's a reason why we have to ask tough questions. And I think that you understand that. I think the majority of the people here do.
One thing to understand is with the fixed costs, with less money, the only thing we can cut back on is the advertising and promotion, which is the most beneficial part of the whole exercise.
Right.
You know, I hope
And I
you
do
saw the
appreciate you bringing the cost down, you know, as was
Yeah.
pointed out, you know, and hopefully we can see that start to take over. You know, this cost lowers while your revenues and everything increase. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll throw in, echoing what really everybody has said. We're really trying to, with a year, 2 years now of the park operating, just trying to really, as much as Cleveland Street, try to help event owners like yourself make your event more successful by using what we've learned. And what I've learned, and I've learned yesterday watching, if any of you here didn't see the Incredible Dog Challenge yesterday on NBC Sports, I encourage you to look at the tape. Our park, our city, but our park in particular, looked fantastic. And I can tell you, it looked, and somebody else was watching with me, they said, boy, that Market Marie really helped that event look better, because their aerial drone shots were showing all this activity around the dog performance venue that was going on, just because that event just happened to partner 2 years ago with Market Marie. And so that's what I would share with you, is an idea which just came up as Councilmember Menino was talking, is, in the past you've had this event in April, and so that's when the dog event's been happening. But this year we're proposing March, which is not. That although it has seemed like a good idea for some event owners, hey, let's have our own event, separate from anything else, try to generate activity on a Sunday when nobody else is using the park. More often than not, those events have looked really small for the big space that's down there. It's really hard for them to fill that space on their own. So I understand there'll be a tent and all, but, we're far enough out that if there's some way to incorporate, I think, and collaborate with Market Marie on this event in the infield there, I think we'll find that you'll introduce a lot of Market Marie participants to Ukulele Festival and vice versa. We'll have a lot of these folks who may have only experienced Ukulele Festival on Cleveland Street. They'll be, wow, what's this market going on around it? That my experience, and I think our experience collectively, has been trying to combine multiple activities on those Market Marie days, has been a really great benefit for everyone. So love what you're doing. I meet so many people, not just from Pinellas County. I meet at your event, I meet people from all over, across, even out from Tampa Bay. They're from all over Central Florida that come in just for this event. And the music aspect is something we want to be known for too. But I would ask, to maybe talk with Chris again about creatively maybe how we can combine this event and the use of the park this year with Market Marine or some other activity down there.
Well, just as a note, I think the park can use some focus. I think everyone thinks of the sound and that's it. That's why Chris mentioned to me, he said, why don't you think about using our park? And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we can do events. It wasn't finished yet, so I hadn't seen it, but it's magnificent. I mean, on the water. So, but I think putting a spotlight on it, not just this, for other events, would help. But I was conscious of the fact that you had done some things there that were disappointing. So, but we have this built-in audience. The Ukulele Society has 4,000 members. I mean, it's huge, and they're very, very active in Bradenton, and they're active in Orlando. So, we're going to mine that very, very heavily.
Okay, any other board discussion? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the agenda item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a hard time getting out. You've made my head so big. I don't know if it'll go through the door. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you, Vicki.
This time we'll move to item 4 on the agenda, old business. No old business to come before the board. Then item 5, director's report.
We'll combine old business with director's report, if okay. Jesus Nino, Director. I want to give you a few updates here, but I also have Ms. Vicki Shire up here just in case I can't answer some of the specifics. If you have questions, some of these items here. The first update, this will be on St. Pete College, the partnership we have with them. It is a very good partnership that we have formed as far as multiple avenues that we're doing with the CRA and the DDB. But this particular one is for the downtown, for the 400-500 block, which is the Cleveland Street Activation and Mobile Vendor Initiative. Right now, they had scheduled to begin this activation as far as their vendor market on July the 11th to August the 15th, 2025. Basically to bring in a few little small vendors, carts, like flower carts, little retail carts, nothing spectacular, but just start off small and then kind of scale up from there. But unfortunately, we were notified this morning that they're requesting a few more weeks extension, just to want to make sure that they get their marketing strategy on point. Basically, they've been hearing a lot of the feedback from here, plus a lot of this is being done by students, so they just want to make sure they have a real good marketing strategy in place so they can have a good turnout, and it's just very impactful for the community and for them and their students. So that's the notice that I'm giving you as far as update for St. Pete College. But hopefully we can get them rolling. And we did offer our assistance with our internal marketing machine, whatever that may be. We'll try our best to help them out, and including to partners them up with other individuals. And Ms. Vicki Shire, recently, she's always promoting also for people that have events to try to partner with each other. So that comment was exactly what she kind of tells individuals. Hey, you had a low turnout last year. Why don't you partner up at the same time? Was this event over here the same day, and just have more people, you can kind of share, the crowd. I'm not sure if you have any questions on the St. Pete College initiative. If not, I'll move on to the next item. We're continuing to move forward with our umbrella reimbursement program. So we have been talking to a few of the merchants out there. I know it's Vicki, she's, and the business response team that we have in place. They've spoken to a few of the merchants out there and kind of getting their style that they want as far as their umbrellas and just their feedback to make sure we do it right. So we're hoping to finalize that DDB umbrella reimbursement program fairly soon and bring it back to you at the next meeting or two. Okay. As far as stakeholders and event engagement, the staff and the business response team continues to be very active out there in the downtown, not just the 400, 500 block, but also within the DDB boundary as much as possible, because it is a community out there. It's not just merchants. So we have nonprofits, we have religious institutions, we have residents that live over here. So we're trying to be as inclusive as possible with our engagement. But going back to some of the events, we do have a few events that we're trying to basically run through the process, the city special event process. One is a cornhole league. St. Pete Cornhole is completing a special event application, working closely with city's Parks and Rec staff so they can get that through the process, and also working through DDB's micro grant. Then the next item is a step competition. Staff is meeting with Adonis Taylor and Young Kings Hierarchy to explore hosting a step competition in the downtown. So just to kind of see their footage, it's very exciting. I'm going to be there watching them. I'm excited just watching their videos.
That's awesome. You ever seen?
So-
It's awesome.
Then the lunchtime market proposal, we're working with, trying to put together a lunchtime market proposal out there for 500 block. So that's exciting as well, but we also have some internal logistics that we need to take care of first before we bring it to you. So hopefully we have all that worked out and we bring it to you in August. Then upcoming funding requests. I know at the last meeting we have, this is from last meeting, right? The salsa in the district. Let's say it the right way, salsa. So salsa in the district. This item came before you at the June meeting and will return in August. The applicant is awaiting notification of their grant award from St. Petersburg Visitor Center. This goes to the Board of County Commissioners, right? So I think they already got approval from the St. Pete Visitor Center. Now it needs to go to the Board of County Commissioners for formal approval. With that, that's my update for the DDB and open for questions.
Vice Mayor Teixeira.
Do you have an update for the mobile vendors? I know that I've gotten quite a few questions about that. Everyone's excited, including vendors that are very interested in participating in that program. Do we have a timeline?
So as far as St. Pete College, they were supposed to have a few mobile vendors because they're the ones that kind of started the whole concept when they met with you and staff. But in-house, Vicky Shire and the team, they're starting to see if they can get a list of vendors and just organizations just all together so we can create our own, basically, to at least push it forward. And if you want to say more about that, you can.
Vicky Shire, CRA Division Manager. We actually have a meeting next week to schedule with the organization that does local vendors on the 16th. And then also we are actually going to create a website that's a call for vendors so that we can help other events and stuff like that when they're doing events in downtown Clearwater. We have a list of local vendors that might want to be a part of it. So it's being proactive. So yes, we will hopefully have lots and lots of vendors that are going to join that so that we have vendors in the future to get down here.
So are we still looking at it like it's a pilot program? I know that we had discussions about it being 1 or 2 days a week for a set time. Are we looking at the fall?
So that I was about to say, your question was the schedule. So unfortunately, that's becoming difficult. St. Pete College was supposed to be the organization that brought in the mobile vendors, but they keep pushing it out more and more and more. So that's why we're trying to work in-house to see if we can put something together. In addition, we're working with Mr. Alfred Battle here, ACM Battle, the planning division, and other stakeholders internally so we can see if we can come up with a strategy where we can have those continuous events, including the mobile vendors. We just need to sit down with the team and put together a schedule internally, what we're going to do, not just rely on St. Pete College, which they're phenomenal partners, by the way.
Okay, so the direction was that the St. Pete College and the mobile vendors was a unified project.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second thing was, I've also been hearing some positive feedback about some type of coverage over Cleveland Street.
We did
And
meet.
a couple of ideas were shared to me.
So we took that before the city's BPRC meeting, the building planning, I'm not sure exactly what the entire acronym stands for. Okay, so the city's internal, basically, departments get together and review projects or concepts or ideas. So we took a few items to them. One was basically shade structures that go across the entire street, either cells and items like that. I know there's a lot of issues on where you're going to anchor them to, trees, buildings, but we took it to them to see if it's doable, plus fires there. So staff is putting together a report on the findings from that meeting. We also took other items like bicycle racks and all kind of different things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other board member have a question for the director? Not, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That moved to item 6 on the agenda, board members to be heard. Any board member like to share anything tonight? Okay. If there are none, and there is no other business to come before the Development Board, we will adjourn the meeting. And we will recess for just 3 minutes while we change some nameplates here on the dais and begin the CRA meeting in about 3 minutes. Call to order the July 7, 2025 meeting of the City of Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda.
Approved minutes of the June 2nd, 2023 CRA meeting.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion approved. A motion made.
It's second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Paul Britton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. So moved to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on today's agenda. Is there anyone here from the public that desires to be heard regarding an issue concerning the redevelopment agency that is not on today's agenda? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to item 4.1.
Approve a lease property operation grant agreement between the CRA, the City of Clearwater, and the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition. Authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Hello, Eric Santiago, CRA Division Manager. I'm here to present the lease, property operation, and grant agreement between the Community Redevelopment Agency, the City of Clearwater, and the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition. The project site consists of 4 adjacent parcels: 1325 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, which is owned by the CRA, and 3 city-owned parcels: 1317 and 1321 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and 1106 Tangerine Street. The Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition proposes to establish a vibrant shipping container village featuring at least 5 shipping containers, each providing commercial space for local retail, dining, and entertainment businesses. Their goal is to create a community-centered space that activates the MLK corridor, supports entrepreneurship, and revitalizes the North Greenwood community. The key terms of this agreement include a 10-year lease with 2 optional renewals at the sole discretion of the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition. Rent will begin at $2,000 per month with a 3% annual rent increase. For the first 4 years, rent will be waived. A development timeline is included in the agreement, which includes the following milestones. Within 1 year, obtain development review approvals and building permits. Within 2 years, obtain certificate of occupancy for 2 containers. Within 4 years, obtain certificate of occupancy for the remaining 3 containers. Begin leasing within 6 months after the issuance of certificate of occupancy. Extensions to this timeline can be granted by the city manager for up to 6 months. Additional extensions can be granted by city council approval. The additional terms are listed in the agreement. Also, a $500,000 grant will be granted to the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition to assist with purchasing containers, construction cost, design work, development approvals, permitting, and other eligible development costs approved by the CRA director. Funds will be dispersed in installments as needed based on the development timeline. CRA staff recommends the lease, property operation, and grant agreement approval. With us today from the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition is Gloria Campbell to provide additional information and answer questions about the project.
Thank you, Eric, and thanks to everyone. Today is an exciting time. This has been a project that we've been working on for 4.5 years. It is now at that point where, as I was coming in today, someone said, "Oh, you're here, you have an agenda item." I said, "Yeah, we're coming for the money today." So we are here for the money today. Winston Churchill said, "Success is not fatal. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." For 4.5 years, we've had this project on our radar. We've had a number of people, a lot of staff that supported this. Especially, I want to give a shout out to Gina Clayton, who was our champion in this and putting us together with other organizations throughout the country that were doing similar projects. And even though Gina has moved on, I do want to thank her for her unwavering faith and belief in us. This project is being funded. The funds are coming from ARPA funds. The city received $18.5 million. We requested $500,000 of that to jumpstart this project. The other thing I want to make sure we understand, this is not a handout. Can we say this is not a handout? This is economic development. This is the city getting a return on their investment. This is the city investing in all of its citizens and empowering a community that has really been decimated over the last 10 to 15 years. This is encouragement for our community. This is saying to a community that no matter what people think, it can happen, and it can happen even in our community. And so today I want to salute a committed hand of activists and volunteers, most of them are sitting there on that front row, for sticking with this, for making sure, and we have fought for this through administration changes, through COVID, through council changes, and today really becomes the beginning of the project, because it's with these dollars that we will begin to be able to basically bring the project to life. We'll be able to have dollars to do the construction, to do the civil engineering work that needs to be done. And so we are extremely, extremely excited to be here today. I am willing to answer any questions that you might have, but just be sure that this is a project that probably, like none other, has been vetted by your predecessors, by the administration. We are not in this to lose. This is a winning project, and we have done our homework. And we absolutely know that this will be a project that will give a return on investment to the city.
Thank you for that, Ms. Campbell. Is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak to this agenda item? If not, is there any discussion among the trustees? Councilmember Menino.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's hard to tell you're excited about this.
Is it really? Okay.
Well,
we were just saying, Brian and I, we wish we could be as passionate as the ukulele guy about
Right?
this. So I'm glad to see I was kind of passionate about this.
It is all over your face and your tone.
Thank you.
To you and your whole team, obviously unquestionable 4.5 years of patience and persistence, and you never stopped fighting for it and something you believed in. I greatly appreciate the city before us as well as this group in supporting you and fighting right alongside with you. This is an investment in our community that's needed, and it is not a handout, and I thank you for saying those words. I wish you nothing but the best moving forward. We're super excited for this to be in the community, and it is it's without question become about time, so I'm glad you showed up today for the money, just like you said. But no, I'm excited, and what this truly is, and we've discussed this before, it's one more block of hope.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we've had that discussion, and hope is a very, very powerful thing. And I congratulate and commend your whole group on fighting for it.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
that means a lot coming from someone who spent his youth in the North Greenwood area. So
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you,
You're welcome.
Councilman. Appreciate that.
Anybody else?
Gloria, it's been a long road. Thank you. It's been a long road, Gloria. Thank you for your strength and your perseverance. And when I look at your community, your volunteers, I wish everyone was like that, because it does take a village, right?
It does.
But I look at you and I think of someone who's very strong and committed, and it's starting to show. It's been a long road, but you got here, and I can't wait to see it coming to reality. Congratulations to you all.
Councilmember Cotton.
Thank you. I look forward to visiting this too. I tell you what, the concepts look great, so I'm sure that what you and your team have sacrificed, the sweat, the tears, the hard labor, and the fruition will probably be even better than what's pictured here. So in the future, when it's done, I can't wait to come and, patron some of the businesses you guys get in there, because I think it's going to be fantastic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, you will all be welcome to come and spend your money.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to publicly recognize Matthew Mittich from the City Attorney's Office for the work that he put into this. I know that the legal team were usually behind the scenes, and that's okay. That's usually what we're supposed to do. But this was a very complex assignment. He took to it with enthusiasm, with a lot of skill. When you enter into a new adventure like this, it's important to structure the deal in a way that's going to set your partner up for success, and that's going to accomplish all of our objectives. And it requires everything from thinking about how do we deal with subleasing, how do we deal with utilities, how do we deal with insurance, just all of the details matter, and I feel very confident in the framework that we've put together. I think Colk's going to do a fantastic job with this and very excited to see it come to fruition. So I wanted to say thank you to Matt for working with Jesus and his team, and also thank you to Colk and to Brian for being such great partners.
Yes, yes, and I agree. Thank you, Matt. We've had a few encounters, but we worked things out. we always worked it out, so we thank you for that, and certainly to the CRA team, Jesus and Vicky and Ann. It's not, okay, she's here in spirit. And we also want to give a shout out to Brian who took this on for us and has done an awesome job in helping us to balance it. Sometimes he had to say Gloria, but that's not possible. So I do appreciate that, but I think we have now an agreement that works for all of us, and that's really what we wanted. That's what we started out with.
That's really echoing what others have said, but, and I know we all agree that this city can't really be successful unless all parts of our city thrive. And we want to make sure that this part of our city thrives. And so it's not about just approving the funds for this project. It's about our entire city, our entire community, leaning in and working with you to help make this project successful. So this is just the start of our city all working together to make this successful. So thank you for your team and all the work you all have done to pull this together to get it to this point.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, is there any?
No, well, David gets to say something because he's cast more votes for this project than anybody else up here. Yes, David.
Well, I just want to say, I don't know if we could have pulled the CRA off without you.
Thank you.
You guys, without the community really wanting it, and boy, we really needed it. You guys stepped up and really came through on that. So I am looking so forward to all these things happening and the new construction and that little town getting rebuilt again and getting some people and some merchants and restaurants and things happening down there. Because I can remember when I was a teenager, that was a hopping place down there.
Oh, it was, yes.
And it can be again. So, I mean, you may be Cleveland Street.
All right. We'll try. All right. We'll give them a run for the money. All right. Yes. But thank you to David. David really has been a real champion as well and has cast some very crucial votes to help us get to this point. So we appreciate everyone. And the city manager can't say enough for her support in this effort. And we have Mr. Battle, who's new, but we're going to bring him along too. He seems to be coming right along here. And thank you. I almost said chief, but thank you as well, Assistant City Manager Slaughter.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 4.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
All right. Thank you all. Yeah.
We now move to agenda item 4.2.
Approve a downtown Clearwater commercial grant for Talanga's Holding LLC located at 1343 Cleveland Street, Florida, 33755 in an amount not to exceed $106,786.78 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Hi, good afternoon, Julia Baltus, CRA Specialist. The item I have before you is a downtown Clearwater commercial grant application for Talanga's Holding LLC, also known as DeLuca's Restaurant and Bar, located at 1343 Cleveland Street. The purpose of this request, the purpose of this item is to request approval of a grant that supports a mixture of retroactive and future site improvements. These include a security camera system, large fans, cooler repairs, a fryer, signage, as well as upcoming work such as parking lot paving, electrical upgrades, and HVAC improvements. This request aligns with the goals of the Downtown Clearwater Commercial Grant Program, which aims to enhance the appearance, functionality, and economic vitality of the properties within the Downtown Clearwater Community Redevelopment Area. The total project cost is $194,157.79, with the applicant contributing a 45% match totaling $87,371.01. Staff recommends approving a grant not to exceed $106,786.78. If approved, CRA staff will coordinate with the applicant to finalize the grant agreement and ensure all documentation is submitted before funds are dispersed. The business representatives are out of the country attending prior commitments at this time. However, CRA Division Manager Vicki Shire and I are here to answer any questions you all may have.
Is there anyone here from the public that desires to speak to agenda item 4.2? Hearing and seeing none, is there any trustees' discussion? Vice Mayor Teixeira.
So DeLuca's was one of those businesses that opened right before the East Gateway was completely restructured, and they had to deal with so many challenges, even having access to their business be, at a disadvantage. And I want to really put on record that I want to thank them for sticking it through. And they actually came up with creative ways to offset those challenges. So I'm actually very grateful that we're helping them because they went through a lot and they showed their commitment to the city by not giving up and moving away. And I enjoy their food, and I think they're a great business, and I think they're a great business family. Mm-hmm. So very happy to be supporting them.
Councilmember Menino.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, Councilwoman. I echo those same sentiments. It is a challenge where they're at, but I think they're an important business in a sense of they truly do connect our East Gateway to our downtown, and making sure we have something in there that continues to thrive. It is a great restaurant, and they are an even better family. So I thank the staff for all the work they do on not just this grant, but helping our downtown businesses. Thank you.
Councilmember Overton.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing you did. They really put up with a lot, and I don't know how they survived. I mean, the street was torn up in front of them for so long, and they stuck in. They really got through all that construction, and they're a great restaurant. Anybody that hasn't been to DeLuca's ought to go. Because they have great food, and this will really help them, I think, maybe get to the next level. So I'm real happy that they're on here, and I'm happy we can do something for them.
Any other trustee discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 4.3.
Discuss St. Petersburg College and City of Clearwater partnership to bring a management consulting services pilot program to the North Greenwood CRA.
Good afternoon, Audra Aha, Economic Development and Housing Marketing Program Manager. I'm here today to share with you about an exciting partnership we formed with St. Petersburg College to launch a pilot management services consulting program to support Clearwater businesses and education. This initiative offers pro bono consulting services to one Clearwater business per semester and is led by Dr. Andy Rojas, a seasoned professor with St. Petersburg College who has more than 25 years experience across a variety of industries. And underneath him will be a team of students that will serve as his junior consultants that are enrolled in his 8-week management consulting program. City staff made the introduction of Dr. Rojas to the leaders of the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition. And after a lengthy discussion about the benefits of this program to Colk as well as to the North Greenwood CRA, they both were very excited about this opportunity and agreed to move forward in the process. This program represents a unique opportunity to foster innovation, support education, and boost economic growth by connecting academic talent with real-world business challenges. It will also help to drive community revitalization in North Greenwood in a meaningful way. It's set to launch in October and will last 8 weeks. Dr. Rojas did let us know that in order to proceed, we have to have a minimum of 6 students enrolled. The course is currently open for enrollment, and as of right now, we have 4 students enrolled. He feels confident we'll have full enrollment by mid-September, and ideally, we'll have 7 to 10 students that will be operating as the junior consultants. At the end of this program, the business will receive a comprehensive co-branded business report at no cost to the business and at no cost to the city. And this report will include a SWOT analysis, industry and competitive research, identification of competitive advantages, operational improvement recommendations, and a customized strategic growth plan. And ultimately, this project will help prepare students for their careers, which we're excited to partner with St. Petersburg College on. At the end, we do plan to bring Dr. Rojas and the students before the trustees to talk about the program. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you have. And we do have the coalition here also in support of what we're doing.
I guess there's nothing, no agreement proposed, so we take public comment on this.
If there's a motion, you can take public comment, but I think it's meant for the board to discuss.
Okay, discussion among the trustees. Vice Mayor?
Today is about kudos. Bravo, Audra. Bravo. Talk about great partnerships, being creative, innovative, progressive, partnering 3 parties together for the betterment of our community and our city. So proud of this partnership. It's fabulous. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Bravo, I'll use the same word. I read this and I saw this, and what immediately hit me was, as we go through schooling, the books and the classes, so often we can't remember them, but the ones that we truly remember and we gain experience were the ones that gave us real-life business experience, like we're providing for these 6 kids. This checks a lot of boxes: the community partnerships, revitalization, or downtown Greenwood businesses and community, and then the real-life experiences for the students is awesome. So I was so in favor of this. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. That will move to item 5.1, Director's Report.
Good afternoon, Jesus Nino, CRA Executive Director. Again, for the record, as far as the downtown, there's a lot going on with the downtown CRA, but there's 3 main items that we're going to try to bring to you consistently. One is the downtown construction that's about to happen for, basically, it's spectacular. Construction is going to be happening. Growing pains are going to be occurring, so construction is going to be one. The second item is we're going to try to bring you an update on North Ward Elementary School redevelopment, at least for the time being, until told otherwise. Then the third item is the library. So as far as, let's get the easy one out of the way first, is the North Ward Elementary School. Planning and Development Services is working with Mr. A.C.M. Battle here, so they can go ahead and schedule a work session item where we bring in the architect to come give you updates on basically what they put together in the past, which was concepts and costs. So they'll get your feedback once they do that presentation in the workshop. I'm not sure if Mr. Battle wants to say anything about that. Otherwise, it'll come to you at a work session. Nope. Then as far as the downtown construction, this is an all hands on deck as far as city departments working together. This is being led, the communication strategy, by Ms. Joelle. She's in the communications department. So what we're doing right now is we're working with economic development, Joelle, CRA team, and other departments to put together a very robust stakeholder register which basically will be a list of as many of the community members in downtown, which includes organizations, religious organizations, businesses, PSTA, Pinellas County, all the merchants, just as many people as we can get in contact with, so we can kind of just keep them informed of the construction that's going to be occurring downtown. Joelle's team has also put together a website, updated downtown construction webpage, which is live at www.myclearwater.com/downtown construction. So individuals can go on that website and see what's going on as far as the construction projects that we have going on. And we're going to be giving them updates on basically the hotels coming in downtown, the Bluff Apartments Complex, Osceola Parking Garage, Osceola Improvements, Drew Street redesign, the new City Hall, the PSTA improvements, and any other projects the city undertakes and our partners undertake. So this is going to be a massive on-hands-on-deck collaboration to make sure that the community is well informed on maintenance of traffic, on any kind of potential disruption, and just to kind of hear their feedback on anything that we're doing. They might give us ideas that we're not thinking about on how to mitigate, items that are occurring during construction. The construction newsletter is being put together by Joelle's team. This is going to be a downtown construction e-newsletter, which will launch in the end of this month. We're going to start holding virtual stakeholder meetings monthly with the community, just talk about the construction projects and just to get feedback from them as well. Then the CRA, we're going to start to have hopefully a live meeting with the community out there as well. This is going to be on August the 19th. And just communicate with the community as much as possible. That's basically what we want to do as a construction project. Then as far as the reimagine for the call for development concepts for the library, we did get 6 proposals. So that is going to be evaluated by a evaluation team that's been put together by basically city employees. Then once they do their evaluation, the top 3 will be coming before you, and the recommendation will be presented to you. As far as grants in the downtown and the North Greenwood area, we continue to kind of implement our grant programs in the North Greenwood area with commercial grants and residential grants. Same thing in the downtown with our commercial grants. Then, actually, I take it back. The third item wasn't the Reimagine Library. It was actually the property disposition. So forgive me for that. So as far as the property disposition, we've assigned Mr. Phil Kirkpatrick to kind of undertake that task, and he's doing a great job. The non-economic remainders, that's kind of a continuing effort where he has discussion with the budding property owners to see if they're interested in purchasing those little slivers of property and putting them into was their property. Then as far as the single-family lots, my report had no responses, but Phil corrected me. There was some responses to some of those single-family lots. We do have 3 proposals in, and those are going to go through an evaluation process. Then the Washington Avenue property, which is basically 7 parcels in the Washington MLK area here in the downtown. Very big property. We're going to be, the economic development team, CRA team, we're going to be being proactive as far as talking with developers and the development community to see if they're interested in that lot before we actually open up a 30-day window to accept proposals. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions from Councilmember Albright?
So I'm looking on the website, Downtown Construction on myclearwater.com, and you've got some construction resources, road closures, parking, and then it goes Downtown Clearwater construction projects. You mentioned the PSTA, Clearwater Station, Osceola Avenue roadway, SR 590, Drew Street repaving, City Hall, Harborview Hotel, and Bluff apartment development. But we've got some other things going on down there. I'd like to see all of the construction and reconstruction projects listed on this page for people to see, because if we don't talk about it or we don't put it out, people don't know what's going on. So, and a lot of people come down to the restaurants on the 400 and 500 block, and they may not really understand what's going on with all those boarded up places that are have scaffolding and everything. I'd like to see everything that's going on down there on this page.
If it's city-related, the initiative by the city, we'll put her on there as much as possible.
Well, I mean, you've got the apartment bluff development project, and you got the hotel going in. I know those were city-initiated projects, but I'd like to see, if you want to put private, however you want to list it, I think we ought to put as much as we can to show people that other things are happening downtown besides these main big projects.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
We can do that.
Okay. Councilmember Menino?
Thank you. Long report. Printed it out, and I was like, wow, this is good. This is exciting, though. I mean, for how long have we all said, I can't wait till we see cranes downtown and things happening and moving and progress being made. And it's a beautiful thing, whether this list is as long as the council member wants it or not. This is awesome. This is, it's great to see. I think and I don't know if we've ever had these internal discussions about it, but what a great time as far as some sort of a marketing or branding opportunity. I know Jacksonville did something previous to having, and they called it Jacksonville is on Fire, and they truly marketed and branded what it's going to be, whether it's Downtown Clearwater 2.0 or what's next, to try to positively spin in a marketing effort. I think we have a great opportunity there. My questions, which it seems to come back to this quite often, is truly how are we communicating outside of all the multi-layer communications that you're saying on notifying all our shareholders? Is how are we communicating to drivers, walkers, bicyclists on parking? Are we changing our methods of communication? Are we looking at any other sort of software, apps, technology of communicating, additional signage? Because I think we're going to find out real quick if people are just driving around trying to find things. Our downtown is probably going to look like our beach often is, in gridlock. So I'm interested to see how we address that.
And that's why Ms. Joelle has been assigned to take the lead as far as putting together the communication strategy, but she's not doing it alone. We're there at the table with her, helping her out, giving her our input. So it's not just social media, it's not just, the website. It's also going to be boots on the ground. It's also going to be other technologies potentially. So it's a team coming up with ideas on how to outreach as much as possible.
Yeah, appreciate it. A lot of work, but exciting. Thank you.
Any questions for the director? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the CRA? If not, then I will adjourn the July 7, 2025 meeting of the City of Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency. This time we'll call to order the July 7, 2025 work session of the Clearwater City Council. Move to item 2.1 on the agenda. Today we have several presentations, including service awards. First, I'd like to call forward Chris Malone from the Public Works Department for the Employee of the Month Award for June 2025.
Mayor, I've just been advised that Mr. Malone is not able to attend today.
Okay. Let's go ahead. I'll ask the city manager to go ahead and read the appreciation.
In the words of a few coworkers, we would like to nominate Chris Malone for Employee of the Month for his exceptional dedication and contributions, particularly during the recent municipal services building relocations and renovations. Chris has gone far beyond the expectations of his role, demonstrating remarkable initiative and commitment. In addition to managing his regular duties, Chris played an instrumental part in the planning and execution of the move, ensuring that every detail was carefully handled. What truly set him apart was his willingness to utilize his own personal resources to help the city, showing an unmatched level of selflessness. Throughout the entire process, Chris remained extremely mindful of city property, taking great care to ensure that all assets were properly dispersed and/or disposed of. His attention to detail and the thoughtfulness was invaluable, and he played a key role in the smooth and successful relocations of all MSB departments. This was no easy task. Moving is challenging, and each department had its own unique needs and wants to be managed. Chris has consistently gone above and beyond to support his coworkers and the city, and we believe he truly deserves this recognition. His hard work, resourcefulness, and integrity make him an outstanding candidate for Employee of the Month. Thank you, Chris, for providing superior public service with your collaborative engagement throughout this process. You have shown what a high-performing government looks like with your responsive levels of service for our public facilities and amenities, and how you have identified resources required to sustain a quality level of service. Chris, you make Clearwater thrive.
Thank you, Chris, for your service to our city, and we will make sure that you are recognized when we get your award to you. With that, we'll move to the next award, which is the Employee of the Month Award for July 2025. I'd like to call forward Adam Athan from our Parks and Recreation Department.
At the end of his shift, while parking his vehicle, Adam noticed smoke and flames coming from under the hood of his work truck. Reacting swiftly, he jumped back into the vehicle, moved it out of the armory, and then used a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. Adam's prompt response was especially critical, as the welding vehicles contained propane, oxygen, and acetylene tanks. Additionally, since the vehicle was parked inside the armory, Adam's quick and decisive actions likely prevented significant damage to the building and its contents, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Thank you, Adam, for exemplifying superior public service. Your swift and decisive actions are a true reflection of what a high-performing government is all about. You are delivering responsive and reliable service to protect our public facilities and amenities. Your quick thinking made a real difference, and we really appreciate it more than words can express. Adam, you are part of what makes Clearwater thrive. Thank you. Well done, sir. Thank you. I am well done. Stand up for the bum.
Congratulations.
Thank you for your work, Abby.
Did she say that word right? She nailed it. Acetylene tanks. Good job, Jen.
We'll move next to our bi-monthly team award for July and August of 2025. And this bi-monthly recognition goes to the code compliance inspectors. I'd like to call forward Stephen Berghardt and Daniel Kastman from Planning and Development.
While taking a walk during his lunch hour, Stephen thought he heard a cry of distress coming from the surrounding neighborhood. Concerned, he walked to the neighborhood where he thought it had come from, but could not locate who called for help. When he didn't find anyone needing assistance, he returned to the office, but could not put the thought out of his head that someone was in trouble. Still unable to shake the feeling that somebody might be in trouble, he enlisted the help of his fellow code inspector, Daniel Kastman, to help him search the neighborhood again. After searching and calling out to see if anybody needed help, they found an elderly citizen lying on his front porch. He was visibly injured and incoherent, so they jumped into action and called 911. They stayed with the gentleman until paramedics arrived and were able to provide medical attention. Stephen and Daniel trusted their instincts and were able to get the gentleman the care he needed to prevent greater harm. They truly exemplified going above and beyond their job duties in the name of public safety and government stewardship. Through their tireless dedication and instincts, Stephen and Daniel exemplified superior public service, high-performing government, and community well-being. Thank you for sticking with your convictions and helping one of our citizens and getting him the help he needed. Your commitment to the city and its citizens is a shining example of how you both make Clearwater thrive.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations and thank you. This is Next, we move to item 2.2 on the agenda. And call forward Susan Crockett. I didn't see Susan here, so we have another representative from Ruth Eckerd Hall here to present.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sharon Reed Kane, Vice President and Chief Education and Community Engagement Officer at Ruth Eckerd Hall, here in Susan's stead. We're pleased to be here with our next quarterly report, this time with a focus on community engagement at the Bay Care Sound. So regarding operations, we have several initiatives we're very proud of. We've been working with Amplify Clearwater to host their young professionals events and networking events at the fall. The next one is due in the fall. We're also working with a group called vettix.org, providing tickets to current and retired military personnel and their family members. Since January 1st, we've provided over 2,700 tickets to different events. On that same note, we are working with MacDill Air Force Base to provide tickets to their service personnel and their families. And in turn, they've turned out to be a great source of volunteers for us for our events. We're also working with a group called Work for Hope, which is a nonprofit organization out of St. Pete. They are focused on personal development for retired veterans and non-violent offenders in Pinellas County. So they've been getting some really wonderful work experience volunteering at our concession stands. And as kind of a next chapter to those initiatives, we have a very strong relationship with the Homeless Empowerment Program, or HEP. We've been providing employment opportunities to their clients. We currently have 5 individuals on staff within our environmental operations and security departments. We have 2 of their clients who are working with us part-time, and 3 have secured full-time positions with us, including benefits. So that's clearly a win-win for everyone involved. Regarding programming, we did offer our first children's show in March. We had over 400 children on site to see Roger Day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for joining us. That was an enthusiastic morning for sure. We presented this as part of our school time series, but it was also a free event open to the public. And finally, we have had lots and lots of graduations at the Bay Care Sound over the past few months. We hosted the 2 St. Petersburg College spring ceremonies with over 600 combined graduates and 12 Pinellas County High School graduations over the course of 3 days, with a total of over 4,400 graduates. So it was busy. We do have a brief video with some visuals that are definitely worth celebrating. And following that, my colleague Sarah Prout has some additional information to share. Oops. There we go.
Line 9. Okay. Thank you for having me today. Sarah Prout, Chief Financial Officer at Ruth Eckerd Hall. I want to just answer a few questions or clear up any misunderstandings about the difference between the attendance at the shows and what we remit, what we call our city surcharge, which is part of the agreement that we have with the city, that we remit a portion of ticket sales on every ticket sold, and also a rebate on any comp tickets issued. So how do we track attendance? It's pretty simple. It's if you go through our gates and you scan a ticket, whether that ticket was a paid-for ticket or a comp ticket, that total number reflects the attendance of a show. The city surcharges, we remit on tickets sold. So any ticket that is sold, we collect that at the point of sale, whether that person attends the show or not. And so why does the attendance and the remittance not match? Well, there's no shows for every event that we have. Whether it's through a third-party retailer who has tickets left over, or just people who didn't end up coming to the show, we have a no-show drop count number. The complimentary tickets, as Sharon mentioned, there's a variety of groups that we issue comp tickets to, such as teachers, veterans, and hospital staff. We find on average 50 to 60% of those comp tickets are used. And we only remit the comps on the portion that are used, not just issued. And so that's the key takeaway of the difference is attendance is who showed up, and the remittance is on everyone who paid or used a comp. Is there any questions on that?
I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for them while they're here?
No, I know, thank you, Mayor. I've never heard any of us question the remittance on tickets, so that one kind of surprised me. But I think what we all have said before, being at a show and being like, holy cow, this is amazing. It feels like there's 7,000 people here, and then we get the special ops brief, and we see a number, and we're 4,500 or whatever the number. That is the only, and that isn't dollar or cents oriented, it's bodies and the amount of people in there, because some shows obviously are much more attended. But I think that's the only questions that I've ever had, city manager, I think we all have, is when we left, we're like, that was amazing, and then to see a number, we're like, gosh, it doesn't feel that way. But
Yeah, we almost make it a game in terms of like who can get the closest. But it's more out of a compliment in terms of, we're there and we're like, wow, we always guess way too high versus what the numbers are that we get. And so it's a question that I get on a regular basis, like, no way were there only X. We were there and it looked so much fuller. And so that's a question that I had passed on to Susan to see if we could get some explanation on was, just visually it looks so different than what the number is. So that's really, what was behind the ask on the numbers.
If I could comment on that. I think what happens with Ruth Eckerd Hall, everybody knows, you're in an auditorium that's closed, it's seated, most people take their seats and they are there for the whole show. And at the sound, just the way that it's set up, people are constantly moving, they're able to get a drink, they're able to go get something to eat. So it's so infrequent that everyone is seated at their seat at one time, and it just kind of always looks like there's people milling about, and it looks more full than perhaps the number reflects on the attendance. That's mostly, I think, what the explanation would be.
Councilman Menino has
Yeah.
another question.
Thank you, and thank you for explaining that, but we do almost play a game, and I think we're always wrong. But anyways, that's okay. I do appreciate, so often we get these updates, and they're spreadsheet and dollar and cents oriented, which are very obviously important to both sides of this partnership. But what I really appreciate today is the telling the stories of the relationships in the communities and how deep Ruth Eckerd Hall does go in our community as far as helping different organizations. And we saw them from 5- and 6-year-olds on up to elderly in those pictures. So I hope you continue to do that. The graduations were amazing. I know a handful of us were out there sweating. It was warm, but it was beautiful to see the excitement in the graduations. But please continue to share those stories on what you're doing in the community, because that's equally as important as a spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Albritton?
Yeah, one of the things that I really love about Ruth Eckerd is the depth of what they do in the community. It's not just events and music, but it's what they do with the kids that a lot of people don't see. And, I saw the numbers on the sound. It's impressive since January that the numbers that have accrued. And aren't you guys, we're right up there to the top almost of people that attend an event at our place than anywhere in the country. So congratulations on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your earlier comments as well.
Vice Mayor Teixeira?
I think one of the reasons that we're confused is because this amphitheater has the ability to reconfigure itself, right? And it's responsive to its audience, to the bands. Sometimes there's hardly any seats, right, when it's the dance music or whatever. So it's so hard to look at the numbers like all seated versus not seated, how much is on the grass. But I want to circle back to that. This venue is very responsive to the needs of the audience and the genre. And I think that also makes it unique and quite honestly, so successful. When I hear, somebody in their early 20s talking about EDM or somebody, with a completely different genre, they have different experiences, but they're all great. And it's because of how dynamic the space is. So kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to echo what others have said, but it's really important to me that sound is one of 3 venues that complement one another, that you all help us by managing. That's really important. And I would also like to thank Ruth Eckerd Hall and the Ruth Eckerd Hall Board for being willing to, after the first year, to reanalyze the agreement and to make the venue more community-friendly and that agreement more community-friendly, so that you've been able in the last year to bring in these events to everyone in a different context. I've worked with sports facilities throughout the country, and before it's built, it often turns out different than the way you thought it was going to turn out as far as demand, so on and so forth. So your willingness to work with us to reevaluate that agreement after the first year and to right-size it and to make it a better agreement for both Ruth Eckerd Hall and the community was really important, and I appreciate your willingness to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? With that, thank you for your report. Move to item 3.1 on the agenda.
Approve an interlocal agreement between Pinellas County and the City of Clearwater and neighboring municipalities for the multimodal impact fee coordination.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Anna Hull, Transportation Division Manager for Public Works. State law now requires that if both the county and the city charge a multimodal impact fee, they must enter into a formal agreement. This interlocal agreement ensures that a developer is not charged twice for the same transportation impact, and that the 2 agencies coordinate on how the fees are used. The law sets a deadline of October 1st, 2025 to have the agreement in place. This agreement with Pinellas County and local municipalities satisfy the requirement and keeps us compliant while our impact fee updates are underway. The agreement lets Clearwater keep using the current fee structure while Fort Pinellas finishes the technical work needed to update the multimodal impact fee ordinance, and that is expected to take place within the next 12 to 18 months. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? If not, do we have consent?
Yep.
We have consent on item 3.1. Thank you. Item 3.2.
Approve a work order with Chen Moore and Associates for the North Beach Stormwater Pump Stations, design, permitting, and bidding.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Angel Rivera. I'm the division, engineering division manager for the Public Works Department. I'm here to request approval for work order number 1 for Ken Moore and Associates pursuing RFQ 50-24 to start phase 1 of the North Beach Stormwater Project through final design, permitting, grant assistance, and bidding services. 4, design of 5 new pump stations, improvements to the existing Kipling Plaza pump station, design of gravity system interconnections with alternate design services to actually add a 6th pump station after we do some additional hydraulic modeling, and add some additional interconnection between the existing basins. That will help just increase, to share the load between the different basin pipelines and also create redundancy. This work order also includes conceptual alternatives, stormwater modeling, permitting, and grant roadmap. We're pursuing grant stacking, which we already have some grants for the North Beach area. and also throughout the city. And we are including services for directly pursue additional grants that we haven't pursued in the past. After thoroughly negotiating fees and scope, the total value of this work order is $1,291,598. Strategic importance is to address frequent flooding in the North Beach community and to create shovel-ready projects to maximize resilience funding and additional grants. Any questions?
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you for going through all that. More so, I want to make a statement because if this gets put on consent and goes to the wayside, I plan on saying it Thursday, but I want to be specific because this is North Beach stormwater updates that are happening. And thank our federal congressional leader, Ana Paulina Luna, for securing last year's $1.7 million and putting in another appropriation for $7.5 million this year. I'd also like to thank our state legislators, Senator Ed Hooper, Senator Nick DeSigley, and Representative Kim Burfield, for working hard to appropriate $3 million towards North Beach's stormwater and to, our lobbyists up there and Ms. Call and working with them to ensure that our residents are well represented and taken care of. So thank you to each of those people for working hard, and thank you for our staff being able to allocate these funds appropriately to suit our residents and make sure that the flooding and everything stops up there. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Councilmember Albritton?
And the governor for putting his signature on it.
That's a big one too. Yeah.
Councilmember Menino?
Thank you. My question is regarding the exterior look of it in the neighborhood. Is the designing phase that we're approving now, do we know what kind of goal the exterior will look like? A pump house, a seahorse, a sandcastle? Are we looking at anything
All right,
in the
so
neighborhood?
right now, at this moment, what we have is consider an alternate design. Since that's not a requirement per code, we're gonna have to go to the community and show some alternatives, and then hopefully establish a budget that is reasonable, and then we can select together with the community, if possible.
We are hoping to have something that's.
Yes, it won't be an
crab trap or
an
something.
ugly structure,
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
It'll have some
Can I add something to
facade.
that? Anil, make sure they understand, the pump stations are underground, what's the above-ground components?
Correct,
that'll
so
need to be
the
shielded?
actual.
Yeah, right.
So the tank and the pumps are underground. What you're gonna see above ground is the electrical components that could be susceptible to flooding. So the pumps will always operate if there is a surge or any kind of flooding in the area. So then we're just gonna cover those, I guess, electrical equipment, which we're already doing with the public utility project, by the way.
And I think that's where the question was coming from the community. If we're adding 5 new stations out there, is it gonna be an electrical-looking box? Or is it gonna be some sort of aesthetic, neighborhood-fitting beach community
So
look?
we're in the early stages of the design, and there's a presentation that they're developing for the public that they want to give you the opportunity to see if you so desire. They have some ideas on how to make that. Of course, it increased costs when you do that. However, both with this particular project and with the electrical components that we need to elevate for the lift stations as well, we're trying to come up with some very creative ways, and one of the other engineers that works with Don Hill has researched a couple ideal concepts that create almost little structures that make it look, they conceal it from view. So we're trying to be very mindful of that. We don't have the answer yet, but it's definitely something that's at the top of our radar to make sure that we do something aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. The function's obviously primary. Let's make sure they work and do the job, but having something that looks like a lifeguard tower or something that's fitting and not just is appreciated.
There'll be an aesthetic component to it, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Albritton?
So the redundancy that you mentioned, is that, right now, we don't have any of the drainage interconnected with each other. Is that part of this design where they were interconnect with larger?
We're going to be doing hydraulic modeling to see which basins are better interconnected. It's going to share the overload depending on the rating ends. It would also help provide, I guess, a suction grid for the new pump stations. And in case one pump station, for whatever reason, stops operating, they're still interconnected, so another pump station can help alleviate the other sub-basins.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Do we have consent on 3.2?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
We have consent. Okay. Agenda item 3.3.
Approve a purchase order Station Square Condominium Associates.
Good afternoon, Council. Jeremy Alsaus, Assistant Director of Public Works. The item before you today is our annual assessment of Station Square. As you know, we own 100 parking spaces on the bottom level of that parking garage, and as an owner, we're subject to their condo owners agreement, which makes us responsible for a portion of their budget, their annual budget. This year, that's $113,000 for $113,419.56. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions on this, Jared? Vice Mayor.
Full disclosure, I am a property owner in that building, so I will be accepting the meeting.
Okay. Anybody else have questions? Doesn't matter if she gives consent or not, as long as 4 of us do.
I think the best thing procedurally is when a council member is recused from an item to actually remove it from consent, and that way she's not actually accidentally on record having voted for it.
We'll put it on. We'll put it on first.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Agenda item 3.4.
Authorize a purchase order to Weed Code Greenboat of West Palm Beach for the purchase of one 2025 TC 3012 Weedo Pond Maintenance Machine.
Afternoon, council members. Marcus Williamson, Public Works Director. So item in front of us is we were doing some research on how do we start working a little bit smarter and more efficiently. We ran across a couple of these technologies. So the one up on the top, that's the Amphiking. It's kind of like a bobcat or a Swiss Army knife. You basically, the arm that's out there, you can take it off, put a whole bunch of different attachments on it, so we can use it for everything from dredging, trimming, mucking out. So, and then the other option is more of a boat that's used to be able to go out and pull out the weeds and all. So we're excited about seeing both of these. Largo's got the boat, as do a number of other cities in Florida. So we think it'll make us a lot more efficient. We'll be able to get in some areas that are hard to get into because they're both sized such that we can drop them in some of these creeks. And I think we all know we've got a little bit of a backlog to get after there. So that's what these two will give us, one of each. We did have them come out. They did some demonstration. Crews really liked them. So we're excited for the opportunity. So standing by if there's any questions.
Councilmember Albrecht.
Just a statement. I looked at the video on this thing. It's a beast, man. I said it'll really take care, I think, quickly a lot of the problems we have.
And we're really excited about that. So we think that from the manpower of ICE putting a bunch of people in these ditches, we think we'll save a bunch off manpower doing that.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, my question is, will these be enough, or should we get 2 of each?
So we weren't able to lease them because that was our first desire to go out and try them first. So our goal was try one of each, put them in service, see how we like them, see what's the right mix for what we need. So we figured we'd run them for a year and see how it goes.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Menino.
I just want to thank you and comment that it's nice to see, and I know it's post-storm, and all our municipalities are being reactive to this, and we all have been. It's nice to see that we're transitioning into a more proactive approach at maintaining these. At the end of the day, it's going to save our taxpayers. It's going to save lives, most importantly, as well as homes and property. So I think it's obviously a challenge going forward on how you schedule that maintenance and finding the time and resources and man and woman power. But I recognize the transition into more proactive approach, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, then do we have consent?
Yes.
We have consent on 3.4. Thank you. Agenda item 3.5.
Approve the 5-year update of the Pinellas County 2025 Local Mitigation Strategy.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Kessler, Environmental Specialist in the Public Works Department. So this is the 5-year update of the Local Mitigation Strategy, or LMS. Pinellas County hired the consultant, but this is a county-wide effort, so it's kind of like herding flying cockroaches when you have like 24 municipalities trying to come together. So it takes several years to get like the update. The state requires an annual update and a 5-year update. The annual one isn't nearly as big a deal, but the 5-year one is, as you can see, a lot of pages. A lot goes into it. So the LMS also contains a list of projects which address hazards. And so those are natural and human-related hazards. And so communities submit projects to that list. And specifically this year, we've talked a lot about it because we have a lot of money in the hazard mitigation grant program. And so a lot of that money is from the Hurricane Helene and Milton. And so those projects were submitted to our LMS working group, and then they're reviewed, approved by our LMS working group to be put on the project list. And so when we apply for those HMGP projects, they have to be both on the LMS project list and the priority project list, and both of those are submitted to the state and to FEMA for this. So we hear a lot about the project list, and sometimes it's confusing that that list is part of the LMS. It is not the LMS itself. And so just an update on that. The city is currently working on 12 applications for those 2 hurricanes. So one is the police, 7 utilities, and 6 public works projects are all applying for funding. And so just to clarify that participation in the LMS working group is a condition of receiving these grants. So we have to be listed on it. We have to participate in the LMS in order to get those grants. There's a lot of acronyms, and I'm rarely up here for anything other than CRS and LMS. So I want to clarify that the Pinellas LMS is not our CRS program. So there are 3 required sections in our LMS, and we have structured those sections to make sure that we get CRS credit for them, and so we don't have to rewrite them, but they're 2 separate things. So we have the multi-hazard planning regulation section, the program for public information, all of our public stuff that goes out, like our Hurricane Expo, we're getting credit, CRS credit for that, and then our repetitive loss area analysis. So when we could just go through the LMS list and just do what they say, but we take that extra effort to make sure we're getting CRS credit for that and not doubling our efforts. Unlike LMS, we have the option to decide if we want to participate in CRS or not. And so that's, a big difference between those 2 programs. Just as a reminder, our current CRS score is a 5, and so that is a 25% savings on our flood insurance. And so just bonus information, I am the vice chair of our Pinellas LMS committee. So if you have questions about LMS, the working group, the projects, hopefully I can answer those. I should be able to answer those.
Okay. Any questions from Ms. Kessler? Councilmember Menino.
I don't have any questions. In fact, you lost me at the herding 25 groups of flying cockroaches.
Oh, geez, yeah.
I don't envy you. I'm glad it's in your hands and not ours. So I
No
appreciate it.
offense to our other municipalities.
Not at all. It's just everybody has an opinion and going somewhere else.
Glad you're in charge of it. But I do thank you for touching on our CRS and our community rating system. I think that's important. And at the end of the day, it's unaffordability is often a discussion in all of our communities. And I credit staff and our team at really working diligently and hard. At least the last handful of years, I've kept an eye on it, on really trying to get that number to a more affordable place for our community. So I appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 3.6.
Approve work order proposals from Terracon Consultants for Brownfield's assessment grant services and the former Wolf Parcels Brownfield site assessment.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm Joe DeSico, Environmental Specialist with Public Works. The US EPA's Brownfield program provides grants and technical assistance to safely clean up and sustainably reuse contaminated properties. The City of Clearwater's Brownfield program has a rich history dating back to about 1996. Over the years, we have been awarded 7 grants that have provided over 70 site assessments and 17 cleanups and resulted in about 88 acres of property for reuse. In 2021, the City of Clearwater was awarded a multi-purpose assessment and cleanup grant to assist in revitalization efforts to potentially impacted properties. These proposals to Terracon include a work order to provide grant support and a proposal to complete site assessment of 2 currently vacant city-owned parcels along Overbrook Avenue. The program support grant or contract will provide community education and outreach, development of a brownfield site inventory, general support and reporting, environmental site assessments and asbestos surveys, and remediation and reuse planning. The assessment contract will allow Terracon to continue the site assessment of the former Wolf Parcels property and complete a natural resource study there. The former Wolf property site operated as an auto salvage yard from the 1950s until the 1990s, and then was used for dewatering dredge material in the 1980s and again in the early 2000s. As a result, the soil and groundwater have been impacted with metals and petroleum-related contaminants. The scope of this proposal also includes developing quality assurance program and work plans, soil and groundwater sampling, and report preparation. Any questions?
Any questions on this agenda item? Okay. If not, do we have consent?
Yes.
We have consent on 3.6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 3.7.
Approve a work order under the continuing contract with WSP USA to provide seawall inspection services.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Kelly Petrich. I'm an engineer too with the Public Works Department. Today I'm looking for approval for a work order for WSP Engineering. It's for the amount of $197,531. Some of the support services looking for engineering would include the inspection of city-owned seawalls. We have about 50 locations throughout the city we would need help with. We're also looking to provide repair recommendations for Clearwater Pass and Mandalay Channel seawalls. Some of the other support services we're looking for help with also include pre- and post-storm evaluations, visual inspections of structure, emergency repair recommendations and design, rehabilitation recommendations design, and other general design work. Thank you, and any questions on this?
Any questions on this agenda item? Councilmember Albrecht.
Do we have a, I don't know if it's a code or whatever, if we're repairing seawalls, city-owned seawalls, that we raise them? I recall something a couple of years ago that we had some seawall repairs, and we said something about making sure they get raised, I think a foot or 16 inches or something.
Currently, it's recommended that we do raise all seawalls about 1.5 feet from current elevation.
Okay.
And it does get a little bit complex because there's issues with the adjacent properties.
Sure.
So there's some professional judgment that goes into which ones make sense, but we're actively looking at where we could potentially target some of those. So Kelly and team are digging into some of those.
Marcus, you want to speak to, there is a provision in the code that does require elevation, but it's in the code that's relevant to, I think, docks and structures.
Correct.
And so there's some applicability, things that Marcus is trying to clean up, looking to clean up in the near future. So we're at the digestion stage right now, trying to figure out what the best path forward is.
Well,
it certainly can create a tremendous burden too, so we got to be mindful how to do it.
I mean, sounds great idea, but you take the seawalls that we own, let's say on North Clearwater Beach, you know, and all those, everybody else's seawalls are down here, and it may become a problem for those homeowners beside us.
Correct. We could do adverse damage to their properties if we're not doing it intelligently. So we got to look at all the calcs and what happens to the flows around that if we raise it to the adjacent properties.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it really depends on the location.
Good point. Okay, other discussion on this agenda item? If not, do we have consent
Yep.
on 3.7? Yes. Thank you. 4.1.
Adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.8850 mils for fiscal year 2025-26, and set public hearing dates for the budget for September 3, 2025, and September 17, 2025, to be held at 6 p.m.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kayleen Castle, Budget Director. The preliminary budget for fiscal year 25-26 was posted to our city's website last Tuesday in a new digital book format this year, in addition to a PDF that we uploaded. So we got that ready for you just in time to read over the holiday weekend, which I'm sure is exactly what you did. I have a presentation that highlights key information and budgetary figures that will be presented on Thursday night for the benefit of the public in attendance and those watching. The action requested of you on Thursday is to set the tentative millage rate, which the city manager has proposed at 5.8850 mils, and also to formally set the 2 public hearing dates for September. This information is provided to the county for inclusion in the trim notices, which are mailed to our residents in August. As a reminder, if you set the tentative millage rate at what is proposed, 5.885 mils, it can be reduced in September, but this rate can't go any higher without a first-class mailing to all of our residents at our expense. We have scheduled a special work session as an opportunity for you to further discuss the proposed budget with all of the departments present. That will be held here on Wednesday, August 6th at 10 a.m. And if there are any specific items you would like presented at that meeting, please let the city manager know as soon as possible. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on the proposed budget, and I look forward to giving you that full presentation on Thursday.
Councilmember Menino?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you for not having to give the entire presentation now and then doing it again on Thursday, because I know it would have been long. I just wanted to commend our entire staff and our leadership team in this, obviously the council as well. When we started the budget process, I think we were all seeing some projections and assumptions that not only made all of us a bit uncomfortable, but probably made our citizens uncomfortable as well. In having those difficult and challenging discussions, which are so important to the community, brought us to a place where you got us to same as the current year, but we were able to push assumptions and discussions of increased taxes well beyond a 10-year forecast, where at one point we were having 2-year discussions, and that was uncomfortable. So I know staff worked hard. They went through some uncomfortable, challenging practices and discussions, and put us in a place where it really shows the effort and work that went into it. So I thank all of our staff for that.
Okay. Council discussion? Okay. All right, well, we'll hear more from you on Thursday. Thank you. Yeah. Move to agenda item 5.1.
Approve the Fourth Amendment to contract for sale for city-owned vacant land between the City of Clearwater and Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas County.
Good afternoon. Dylan Mayu, Economic Development and Housing. Today I'm providing a brief update on the Lake Bellevue development, and I'm also requesting approval to extend the closing date for sale of city-owned property located at 1454 Martin Luther King Avenue. As you may recall, this project originated from RFP number 4322, which offered the site for development of affordable and workforce housing. In December of 2022, Council authorized negotiations with Habitat for Humanity and Clearwater Neighborhood Housing Services. A contract for sale for the property was approved in June of 2023. The development team is now operating under the Lake Bellevue Development LLC. The project includes 24 owner-occupied townhomes, half of which will be reserved for 80% of area median income, and the other half will be 120%. To support the project's financing, the city committed a total of $882,585. That includes $525,000 for the land donation and the value of the land, and $357,585 in direct subsidy. The developer also secured approximately $1 million from Pinellas County earlier this year, with a total development costs estimated at $9,580,000. Under the contract, all pre-development activities, including permitting, funding, site approvals, must be completed prior to closing. The closing date has been extended 3 times due to delays caused by Hurricane Helene and Milton, as well as permitting and financing timelines. The developer is now requesting a 4th extension to December 31st, 2025, to finalize building permits, complete stormwater easement agreements, and finish the platting process with Duke Energy. This addendum also includes a 90-day option for staff to extend if we deem it necessary. Staff recommends the approval of this extension to allow the project to move forward and deliver long-term affordable homeownership options in the Lake Bellevue area. I do have the Sean King with Habitat here to answer any questions. I'd be happy to address any questions as well.
Okay. Any questions from the council on this agenda item? Do we have consent?
Yes.
Yep.
We have consent on agenda item 5.1. Thank you. Agenda item 5.2.
Approve a local government contribution of $610,000 in general fund reserves as a funding commitment required for the Blue Fort Harrison to receive a basis boost under the state of Florida low income housing tax credit.
Dylan Mayhew, Economic Development and Housing. Today I'm presenting the outcome of the city's recent Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, in support of a proposed affordable housing development under the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, or LIHTC, as it's better known. And to provide some background, the LIHTC program is a federal initiative governed by the U.S. Department of Treasury under Section 252 of the Tax Reform Act of 1986. It provides a dollar-for-dollar federal tax credit to for-profit and nonprofit developers in exchange for building or significantly rehabilitating affordable rental housing. In Florida, this program is administered by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, or FHFC. On May 21st of this year, the city of Clearwater issued a NOFA to offer the minimum local housing match required by FHFC's 2025-202 funding cycle, which is anticipated to open in October. The application window, our application window, remained open for 30 days and closed on June 20th, so last month. The city received 2 proposals. Blue Fort Harrison, which was an 82-unit development at 1219 Fort Harrison Avenue. That was submitted by Blue Sky Communities. That's the O'Keefe's location. And Bellevue Manor, an 84-unit age-restricted development at 1467 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, submitted jointly by American Residential Communities and New South Residential. I'll give you a little bit of background on both projects. Blue Fort Harrison is proposed as a mixed-income apartment community. The income targets include 12 units at 30%, 48 units at 60%, 18 units at 80%, and 4 workforce units at 120%. In addition to the affordability mix, Blue Sky Communities has submitted a letter of interest from Baycare Health Systems exploring potential rental preferences for their employees. They also intend to partner with Ready for Life, which is a aging out of foster care nonprofit, and they're going to house up to 8 youths in that program. On the other hand, Bellevue Manor is proposed as a 55 and older community with 9 units at 40% of area median income and 75 at 60%. Following the application deadline, a technical review committee made up of city staff from various departments met on June 23rd to review and score the proposals. The evaluation criteria included developer experience, financial feasibility, neighborhood impact, and consistency with local plans and policies, including Live Local. The results of the scoring were as followed. Blue Fort Harrison received an average score of 90.83, and Bellevue Manor received an average of 82.5. 5 of 6 reviewers ranked Blue Fort Harrison as the top proposal, and so based on this outcome, the TRC recommends moving forward the Blue Fort Harrison for funding consideration. The city's proposed contribution for the project is $610,000 in the form of a 0% deferred interest loan, 0% interest deferred loan. While we are recommending that the funds initially be reserved from general fund to ensure availability, it is expected the loan will ultimately be funded through either our home funding or SHIP funds. Both home and SHIP funding allocations for this project have also been accounted for in the city's current annual action plan. It is important to note that final approval of this funding is contingent upon the project being awarded the 2025-202 LIHTC credits from the state, completion of a subsidy layering analysis, and the issuance of necessary building permits. We are confident that the recommended project will bring high-quality, income-diverse housing to Clearwater and provide long-term benefits to both residents and the surrounding community. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions.
Okay, questions from council?
I have a couple.
Councilmember Menino?
Go ahead, Bob.
You go first, because I gotta find mine.
You go ahead.
Thank you. Saw you on the news the other day about the Indigo Affordable Unit. You did a great job, so
Thank
I
you.
hope we don't change careers. We need you. You're doing great.
I like it here.
Yeah, thank you. Does our technical review committee, do they use the same scoring system that the FHSFC does?
No. The FHFC, they go through requirements based on their NOFA or their RFA, request for applications, but their system's a bit more of a lottery system than ours is.
Okay, that's interesting. So it's more random than...
Right, as long as it qualifies, then it kind of gets thrown into a hat and...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Am I correct in understanding there's some sort of a new requirement regarding permit or shovel-ready? Is that an issue in this?
That was not something that that was part of their recent seminar. That was not something that we used for scoring criteria. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. Some scoring did change toward the end once we realized how far along one of the projects was. So I guess shovel-ready, I mean, neither are shovel-ready necessarily, but one is further along than the other.
But it's not a disqualifier?
Correct.
At the next level of saying, nope, it's not, move on?
That's right.
Gotcha, okay, and that's fair. I like both. We've heard about both these projects for, I think, 2 years now. And I know staff was very supportive of both. Obviously, you can only pick one in hopes that the randomizer selects us as the winner. My last question is regarding, and there was some discussions about if one project can be over-leveraged versus the other, and only because the cost that it takes to acquire a property like O'Keefe's. Is that figured into this equation at all, or does it need to be?
Well, no subsidy layering analysis has been done yet, so there's no official review of pro formas, but based on our review, both seem, Blue Fort Harrison, their pro forma is more developed than than Lake Bellevue, and the reason I say that is because the Lake Bellevue project did not submit a full operating pro forma. It's kind of hard to determine financial feasibility without that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I appreciate you answering those questions and all the legwork you went in. I look forward to this hopefully being shovel-ready and moving forward. What a great opportunity on the trail, directly across from the hospital, affordable housing, workforce housing. Sounds like a great mix. Thank you.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for asking those questions. In relation to the Bellevue project, could you explain who those were going to serve to and what area that was going to? Weren't veterans supposed to be a part of that project?
No, at one point that's what that development was going to be. It's shifted since. It was going to be age restricted, so 55 and older. And I believe, again, the mix was mostly 40s and 60% AMI. I don't think there was anything over 60% AMI for that proposal.
Okay, and that was going to be further south too of Morton Plant, correct? Is that where that project was going to be taking place?
That was going to be on MLK. Actually, it's right across from the previous item's property, 1454 MLK,
Okay.
directly across the street.
Okay, very good. I mean, with what you explained too, I mean, it's unfortunate because I think both projects would benefit the city, if I'm being honest. All right.
Okay. Councilmember Teixeira.
One thing that stands out with the Blue Fort Harrison project is that this is a great example of community partnership, right? We're talking about meeting the needs for housing, workforce housing, with one of the biggest employers, right? And then working together for parking challenges. So this is a great partnership.
City Manager?
Yeah, I just want to add that our team has come a long way from last year in terms of when we were talking about this project. And so what they have been able to accomplish and put together and really prioritize the criteria and formalize our process has been incredible. And I know that that's been a lot to Dylan's credit. And so just want to make sure we say thank you publicly for all the work that you've done on that, and the team for sure. But I know it's being led by you, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sad to see
Thank you,
how
Dylan.
teams go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Move to item 5.3.
Declare a surplus certain real property located at 1321 North Martin Luther King Jr. and 1317 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and 1106 Tangerine Street for the purpose of entering into a lease property operation grant agreement between the CRA, the City of Clearwater, and the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition.
Hello, Eric Santiago, CRA Division Manager, here to present an item for your consideration and approval. Before you today is the declaration of surplus property within the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area and the lease property operation and grant agreement between the City of Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency and the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition, which is seated in the front row right here. City Council today will approve and declare 3 city-owned parcels surplus, which are 1317 and 1321 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and 1106 Tangerine Street. These properties will be combined with the CRA-owned parcel at 1325 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue to form the development site. This development site will be leased to the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition to develop a destination featuring 5 shipping containers to be a new commercial space for retail, dining, and entertainment businesses. The terms of this lease will be a 10-year lease with 2 optional 5-year renewals at the sole discretion of the Clearwater Urban Leadership Council Coalition. Rent will be $2,000 per month with a 3% annual increase. The first 4 years of this agreement rent will be waived. The development timeline is included in the agreement. The CRA will provide the coalition with a $500,000 grant to assist with development and construction cost. The CRA staff is recommending the approval of this declaration of surplus property and the lease property operation and grant agreement to the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition. And with us today is President of the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition, Gloria Campbell, who can answer any additional questions.
Okay. I think we've heard a wonderful presentation already. So any questions from the council on this agenda item? Not? Well, we have no questions, so thank you for being here. Thank you again for being here today. Yeah. Okay, we'll move to item 6.1.
Approve an estimate for the reconstruction and replacement work at the Beach Marina building performed by ServPro.
Afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name's Todd Marone, risk manager for the city. And my first item today is the Beach Marina building, not the piers and dock, or the docks. Just to be clear, here for that agenda item to approve an estimate in the amount of $777,067.52 for the reconstruction and repair or replacement work for the Beach Marina building. The work will be performed by ServPro, who also did the mitigation that you approved earlier in December. And I'm open for any questions you might have.
Questions? If not, do we have consent?
Yep.
We have consent on 6.1. Thank you. 6.2.
Right. Second agenda item is also a Helene storm-related agenda item. This one is a ratify and confirm a not-to-exceed amount of $88,000 $128.50 for the reconstruction and replacement work at the Lifeguard Tower Zero, which is the main lifeguard station at the beach. And the work will also be performed by Serpro Largo.
Okay. Questions on this agenda? Do we have consent on 6.2? We have consent on agenda item 6.2. 6.3.
And the final agenda item today for me is Milton-related storm at Baycare Stadium, which I think most of you I visited post recovery and reconstruction that was performed right at the beginning of the baseball the baseball season. And this item is ratify and confirm payments in the amount of $666,256.80 for the to-date restoration work in the stadium to include roof repairs, freezer replacement, drywall replacement, painting, and damaged contents removal caused by Hurricane Milton. I'm open to any questions you have.
Questions from the council? Do we have consent on this agenda item? Do we have consent on 6.3? Thank you. Agenda item 7.1.
Authorize and increase existing purchase orders with duty calls.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Matthew Anderson, Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation. The item before you is to increase an existing purchase order with duty calls. They provide our portable toilet services throughout the city, not just for special events, but we utilize them very heavily post-storm due to lost bathroom facilities, elevators that prevented ADA access to restrooms. With this item, we're asking to increase the contract value from $175,000 by another $75,000, bringing it to $250,000 for the remainder of this contract. And then we'll also increase the 2 additional renewals to $250,000. We want to do that to be proactive. Hopefully we don't need it, but if we were to have another storm event, we'd already be ready with the portable restrooms that we know we will need at that time. So I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Questions on this agenda? Do we have consent on 7.1?
Yes.
We have consent on 7.1. Thank you. Agenda item 8.1.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential low, and initial zoning atlas designation of low, medium density residential for 1408 Seabreeze Street.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Adrian Young with the Planning and Development Department. This is a voluntary annexation for petition for 0.15 acres located at 1408 Seabreeze Avenue. The parcel is currently occupied by a detached dwelling unit. The applicant is requesting annexation in order to receive sewer and solid waste from the city. Staff analysis concludes that the annexation petition is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the community development code as detailed in the memo and recommends approval. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions on this agenda item? Okay. No questions, so thank you. Agenda item 8.2.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential low, and initial zoning atlas designation of low, medium density residential for 1115 Ridge Avenue.
Thank you. Again, this is Adrian with Plan Development. This is again a voluntary annexation petition for 0.17 acres located at 1115 Ridge Avenue. This parcel is also occupied by a detached dwelling unit. The applicant is requesting annexation in order to receive sewer and solid waste services from the city. Again, staff analysis concludes that this annexation petition is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the community development code as detailed by the memo and also recommends approval.
Any questions on this agenda item? Okay. Thank you. We'll move to item 8.3.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of institutional and initial zoning atlas designation of institution district for 2885 and 2860 Sunset Point Road.
Excellent. Thank you again. This is Adrian with Plan Development. This is a carryover case, annexation 2024-09007. This is a voluntary annexation for 94.41 acres located at 2885 and 2860 and a third unaddressed parcel along Sunset Point Road. Further clarify, there are 2 parcels that are currently occupied by a cemetery at 2885 and 2860 Sunset Point Road, and a 1 parcel that's currently vacant along Sunset Point Road.
Any questions on this agenda item? You have no questions, then thank you
Yes, sir.
for your time today. Agenda item 8.4.
Provide direction on the Connecting Clearwater Active Transportation Plan draft project development approach and prioritize criteria.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Rick Hartman, Transportation Planner. You might remember in November, you approved the hiring of Fair and Peers, and Catherine Tellez, the project manager, is there to create an active transportation plan to replace the 2006 Shifting Gears Bicycle Pedestrian Plan. We have a presentation for you here today, and then we'll ask for your guidance as at this midpoint, because up to this point, we've gotten the existing conditions assessment. We also have developed a priority criteria list, as well as an approach for the development of these projects that will come back to you at another work session later this year prior to presenting it for adoption. So thank you. And I'll ask Catherine to come up and present where we stand today.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Catherine Tellez with Fair and Peers, and very excited to be here today. We've been working on this project a little over 6 months now, and really getting things underway. So what is an active transportation plan? So holistically, it's a comprehensive set of strategies to provide better options for people to walk, roll, bike, and accessing transit. And when we say rolling, we're talking about using scooters or wheelchairs or any other sort of mobility device. And active transportation plans typically identify infrastructure, policies, and processes based on the public and stakeholder input to help us achieve those desired goals. So when we started the project, we really wanted to identify a couple of really overarching goals that could help guide the project and the process overall. So the first one is really just identifying a citywide, low-stress active transportation network that complements other travel modes, especially transit, and then supports future and existing land use patterns and connects to active transportation facilities in other communities. So for example, Dunedin is currently working on an active transportation plan, so we've been talking with their staff to make sure that along the boundaries of the cities, we're thinking a little bit more holistically about what we might do there. The second goal is to improve transportation safety outcomes for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other people who are not in vehicles. So as we identify those opportunities, we'll incorporate them into the plan. And then thirdly, we want to develop a feasible project list. We don't want to come up with things that can never be implemented or too costly to construct. So we're coming up with some what we're calling low-cost, quick-build ideas, and then some of those longer-term visions that might require collaboration with FDOT and others to get constructed. So those were kind of the overarching goals that we developed and that we're developing the plan through. And then we really want this plan to support all the other planning work that the city's done over the years. So looking at the comprehensive plan, the complete streets plan, what's being done at the regional level as well to make sure that all the plans are talking to each other and helping to amplify those policies. So as part of your agenda packet, you all got a lovely existing conditions report. So we'll kind of go through some of the key things that we've done to get there so far. So we've done a lot of engagement. We've collected a lot of data. We've done some analysis. We've kind of taken a broad look at some system planning, and that's really why we're here today, is to get some feedback on that before we move too far down the road. And then once we come up with the plan and all the projects, we want to prioritize them so they can be constructed in places that need them the most and will have the biggest benefit for the city. For the top 10 projects, we'll be actually developing concept plans. We want to see what it looks like on paper, and these concept plans can be used to help support grant applications with Forward Pinellas, FDOT, and others to get some of the projects implemented. We'll also be looking at code review and then wrap it all up in a nice report. So as Rick mentioned, we started this late 2024 with some public engagement, all that data collection. We've kind of been in this system planning phase, and we're here today to share with you our progress so far. We intend to have sort of the draft system plan by the end of July, some of those concept plans in the late summer, early fall, draft plan towards the end of the year. We'll be coming back to you all at least one more time to share everything with the final plan adoption anticipated in early 2026. So just some highlights of the existing conditions analysis. So there are bike facilities in Clearwater, just most of the on-street facilities are also on roads that carry a lot of traffic and a lot of high-speed vehicle traffic. We noted that a lot of residential streets don't have sidewalks, and there's some opportunities with the citywide grid network with some crossing improvements. Those could be maybe the low-cost, quick build to start connecting different neighborhoods. And then we did a crash analysis, and one of the key takeaways there is that people walking and biking are disproportionately killed or severely injured in traffic crashes in Clearwater. And this is not unique. This happens all throughout the county, throughout the state. So that's something that we're really taking a close look at. I mentioned community engagement, so we're doing that a couple of different ways. We have a technical advisory committee that we're meeting every other month, and this consists of staff from all departments in the city, because again, this is a city plan and we will need help from all departments to implement it. And then we have a stakeholder committee of key folks in the community, so we'll be going back out to them towards the end of this month to get their feedback on things so far. We did some online engagement with a survey, some map-based feedback. We got a lot of great comments and ideas, and then we had an in-person workshop. We asked folks to rank their transportation safety concerns as related to this project, and really it was the lack of bike lanes, drivers failing to yield to pedestrians, a lack of sidewalk, intersections where people didn't feel safe crossing, distracted driving. I mean, there's a host of challenges. And then what we heard that people really would like to see is wider sidewalks, protected biking facilities, more frequently marked and controlled crossings so they can get across busy streets. And then importantly, we want to make sure we're balancing walking and biking infrastructure with vehicular infrastructure. So we got to find the right balance, improve maps and wayfinding, greater diversity, density of uses, so there's just more places to walk and bike to. And then just a note that driver behavior was a deterrent, so, some educational campaigns. And then there was really an emphasis that folks wanted us to consider e-bikes and scooters within the plan as well. So that's something that we'll be taking a look at. So as sort of things that we were looking for some feedback today are on how do we want to prioritize projects. There's a lot of different ways that can go about kind of picking what needs to be, what should happen first. So based on feedback from the technical advisory committee and just reading through a lot of the public feedback, we came up with five main categories. So the first one being safety. And ways that we could measure that are if a project is on a high crash corridor, does the project incorporate safety features? So for example, if we're putting a bike facility on a high-speed roadway, does it have a protective barrier, or is it a wide urban trail so people are very protected from people driving? Or is it on a low-speed, low-volume facility that is inherently much safer because you don't have a lot of vehicle traffic, and when you do, people are driving much slower? The second category was accessibility and connectivity. So are we improving access to a diversity of land uses, parks, schools, transit stops, medical facilities, shopping centers? The thought was, why don't we prioritize projects in places where there's a lot of things for people to get to? We're much more likely to have a mode shift in that case. And then, does the facility actually reduce the stress level for somebody walking or biking? So it is if we're putting just a shared lane marking like we have out on some very busy streets, not a very comfortable facility. So we don't necessarily want to prioritize a facility that doesn't increase the comfort. And then project implementation timeline. So projects that we can implement within the existing right-of-way, where we don't actually have to coordinate a lot with the county or FDOT or others. We don't have utility conflicts. Those are things that can happen pretty quickly and at a much lower cost than ones that require a lot of that coordination. And then demographic factors. So do we want to prioritize projects in neighborhoods with low auto ownership or with high levels of poverty, or just neighborhoods where there's just a lot of people, so the projects benefit a lot more people? So those were kind of the five main areas that we came up with the technical advisory committee. And then we asked them to kind of rank them, what's the relative weighting. And so this is what the technical advisory committee came up with. So we can come back to this for discussion, but we'll be asking for feedback on this, if we got it right, if you want to see some adjustments, change the categories. And then just sort of how we're thinking through different projects. So trails, everybody loves trails. You've got, the Pinellas Trail, not many opportunities to do more, but there is one shown along the CSX tracks. We're still planning on keeping that in the plan. We're not sure how feasible that is in the near term, but that's something that Forward Pinellas has in their active transportation plan. We're looking at where we can add what we're calling urban trails or wide sidewalks. So this is similar to Druid Trail. So an 8 to 10 foot sidewalk with a buffer between the travelway and the sidewalk facility. A retrofitted bike lane. There's a number of roads where we have 12-foot travel lanes. We could make those 11-foot travel lanes and add a little extra width to the bike lane to add some separation. We can even do some vertical elements there. And then neighborhood greenways. So these are low volume, low speed streets where if we can connect them with different crossing treatments to get across some of those busier arterials, those could be, nice streets to ride your bike on. And then we're also looking at a host of crossing treatments, so where we want to have just an enhanced crosswalk marking, a rectangular rapid flashing beacons, that's where you flash the button and the lights go off, a pedestrian hybrid beacon that's similar to just a pedestrian signal. And then we're also looking at, we've got a lot of signalized intersections where we can make some enhancements as well to improve operations for people walking and biking across those streets as well. So those sort of the what we're thinking about in terms of how projects can be developed, and we just wanted to check in, sort of this midway point, make sure we're on the right track. So when we come back to you with a plan, it helps you meet all your city's goals. So with that, happy to answer any questions and listen for some feedback.
Questions? Councilman Marina?
Go ahead. Thank you. Obviously very important, and connectivity is a big one. I think you hit a couple of them right on the head. Safety's paramount, finding especially on these roadways and overcrowded roads and cars getting bigger, and it's dangerous out there. Connectivity, we're kind of a city built with clustered neighborhoods, and how do we connect one neighborhood to the next or to the shopping and to the amenities is important. And I appreciate the identifying those low-cost, quick builds I think you identified. And when it checks that box with safety, with connectivity, that kind of streamlines the priority of it. I'm wondering how much thought goes into, we have some amazing trail systems, obviously, throughout our city. I might have missed one, but Pinellas Trail, Duke Energy Trail, Druid Trail, Ream Wilson Trail, Courtney Campbell Causeway Trails now expanding. How much thought in this plan goes into finding these existing resources and trail systems that we have, and then finding ways to connect our clustered neighborhoods to those existing trails, which might make some of those issues kind of go away, because we are kind of fragmented right now.
Yeah, that's been a lot of time looking how we can improve access to the resources that you already have. The challenge, though, is some of the great trail systems, they're not open at night for folks, and we heard people really want to come to Coachman Park for events in the evening and ride their bikes home, and they're challenged with a safe way to get back home. So also looking for parallels to some of the trails for biking at night as well.
Yeah, the county does close those.
Councilman,
Yes,
if I may jump in too, we're talking all the time with the county about Hercules Avenue, about Sunset Point, parallel routes that can be combinations of neighborhood greenways leading to what we used to call shared use path, which is basically an urban trail and such. And also we look at Dunedin, as Catherine said, with their multimodal plan that they're implementing, and we have the new FDOT pedestrian pass on the north side, And so we're looking at connecting the Duke Energy Trail as well as.
Break your side.
From the microphone. Thank you, yeah.
I'm sorry. Going back to Northside, so we're not only looking at how we can extend that through an urban trail, perhaps over the Duke Energy Trail, east-west connections are paramount to what people told us as well, but also coming across and linking into the Dunedin plan on the other side where there seems to be a connection, the other side of US 19. So we're constantly looking for those opportunities as part of this plan and have been in the past as well.
Yeah, it's appreciated. Those thoughts, they definitely make a difference, and keeping people safe is paramount. I think we are, as a society, seem to be shifting more and more that way. People want to be in their city centers, that they can bike or walk or get there on scooters, hoverboards, whatever it may be, without having to jump in a car and drive. So I think these are important conversations to have. I hope that we can keep going forward, because I feel like we've had these same discussions about our downtown Pinellas Trail section for 10, 12 years, and yet I don't know if anything's changed in that time period. Of 79 miles of a Pinellas Trail system, unfortunately, we probably have the worst segment. I know that is county property, not the cities, but I hope that we can find ways to not only make it safer and more accessible, because our citizens and athletes that we talk to that use it, unfortunately, they so often turn around at Sunset Point and head back to Dunedin or Tarpon Springs. And that's sad. That kind of pains me to say. I want them to be able to continue and come down, and we're trying, but you have to make it safe. It's marked properly and everything else. We have some work to do, right in that section alone.
Yes, and you're making a great point, and I know our engineering traffic department is also looking, as well as the FDOT Drew Street segment downtown, about enhancing the connections over to Osceola and crossing and making it more of a pleasant experience to get down to downtown and to Coachman Park. So all excellent points.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Last thing, I realized the other day, and I didn't know because we drive so often, but I went to Belcher to see if I could get to Coachman Park or even the beach. And Cleveland Street does have connecting sidewalks the entire way from Belcher all the way through downtown, through Coachman Park and to the beach. We might have an opportunity to market some new neighborhood trail system. That's covering a lot of grounds and connecting a lot of neighborhoods. It is segmented and kind of ignored right now, even if it's sidewalk markings or emblems in the road or something to create some sort of identified path. We have one. We just aren't really marketing or using it right now.
Yeah, I wish you were on our committee, but that's
If it was up to this group, I would be.
Getting on Cleveland from Belcher all the way down to downtown has a lot of potential.
It's sidewalk the whole way. It's there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yes, thank you. You beat me to it. I was thinking Cleveland as well from Belcher down.
Called
It's
me
perfect.
you all day anyway.
Yeah.
So it didn't-
So I think that's a fantastic idea. In my profession as a first responder, I can tell you something that has been pivotal that I've seen on the street that has helped is the rectangular flashing sidewalks or crosswalks that have been implemented, especially in the Loman area. You talk about really making sure that pedestrians are known and that they'll be crossing. It's when they push the button, both sides in all directions, those lights go off, traffic stops, they cross. So for a low cost quick build, I would think that should probably be, from my perspective, on top of the priority list, because that just helps. It's not just like a little yellow sign that you see to yield to pedestrians that may be there. It is a bright flashing light, no matter what time of day, that catches your eye and to yield to whoever may be in the crosswalk. And yeah, I got to give it to Councilmember Menino. He stole my thunder with the Cleveland Street coming right off Belcher downtown. I think that'd be a great connector. I really do. All the way to the beach, honestly.
Connects, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes. You have something, Councilmember?
Yeah,
Auburn?
just a comment. Do you want to go first?
No, I was just telling Mike, good going.
Oh.
We're all good.
So I see that this was, the goals is with other relationship to other plans, the 2045 comprehensive plan and the plans identified with Fort Pinellas as the active transportation plan, but Fort Pinellas has two other plans, the Vision Zero and also Safe Streets Pinellas. That might be in that complete, in that Fort Pinellas active transportation plan, but those are very important because we're trying to get to 0 deaths by 2045. And we're not doing a very good job of it, but whatever you can do to help that is good for us, so thank you.
The only thing I'd add is, it doesn't surprise me that safety had proposed facilities the top thing. I have avid cyclists who tell me otherwise, but I've never understood painting a stripe on Gulf to Bay, how that protects folks from bicycling on a very busy street. I mean, it's those folks that are much braver than I would be to do that. So separated bike lanes and paths are definitely something that would get more people using them. So I think I agree with the community feedback on that. So where we do it and how we affordably do it and whether or not we can get grants for projects to do that, that's another step. But I think that's our ultimate goal, is to provide more safer, separated paths for folks to use throughout the city.
Thank you, Mayor. That has been an emphasis to move away from paint toward protected lanes or separated facilities.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll move to item 9.1.
Authorize the City of Clearwater to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Town of Bel Air.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. The item before you today is for an interlocal agreement with the Town of Bel Air for Clearwater utility staff to perform drinking water sampling, laboratory analysis, and compliance reporting. Bel Air will reimburse Clearwater for its costs pursuant to our January 14th proposal. I'm asking for you to approve the contract and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions on this agenda? Now, do we have consent on 9.1? We have consent. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Agenda item 10.1.
Authorize the purchase order to Hewlett Packard Enterprise for the equipment lease of desktops, laptops, and tablet computers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jared Barden, IT Manager. This item is requesting approval for a 3-year term with HP for continued provision of end-user hardware, including desktops, laptops, and tablets supporting citywide operations across departments, and ensures technology consistency. HP has demonstrated consistent performance, reliability, and cost-effectiveness in supporting the city's technology infrastructure. A 3-year term will provide stability and support long-term planning. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this agenda item? Do we have consent on this agenda item? We have consent on 10.1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 11.1.
Authorize purchase orders and agreements to both InfoSend for utility billing, printing, processing, and mailing services, and Catalyst payments for payment collection.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Nemanja Kuzmanovic, Utility Customer Service. This item is requesting approval of 2 agreements. The first one is the agreement with InfoSend, and this is the vendor that prints and mails or the bills, the city utility bills. And the second agreement was with the Catalyst vendor, and this is for payment processing. Both checks and online bank direct payments are processed by this vendor. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this agenda item? If not, do we have consent? We have consent on 11.1. Thank you. Agenda item 12.1.
Reappoint Candace Gardner to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to a term expiring May 31, 2029. Council members, she has just completed a partial term and is still interested in serving on the board.
Okay. Discussion on this item? Do we have consent?
Yes.
We have consent on 12.1. 12.2.
Appoint Kelly Batsford to the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board as a citizen who represents employers within the city of Clearwater. Council members, unfortunately, Ms. Hepting can no longer serve on this board as she's no longer affiliated with the chamber. And so Ms. Batsford works for an organization, the Hope Villages of America, just happens to be within city limits, so.
Okay. Discussion on this agenda item? Do we have consent?
Yes.
Do we have consent on 12.2? 12.3.
Appoint an individual to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board with an unexpired term through January 31, 2026. Council members, unfortunately, Mr. Armstrong has resigned from the board, and for your consideration, we have several applications to look at. Juan Garcia, business owner. Chelsea Gerd, she is currently on the Nuisance Abatement Board, but has expressed an interest to serve on this board. Dina Imanovich, a private investigator. Russell Koss, retiree. Gina Kugler, Intellectability Chief Administrator Officer. Bianca Latvala, she's with Digital Marketing. And Nielsen Lionheart, a teacher.
Discussion on this item. Councilmember Cotton.
Yeah, I went through the applicants, and I would recommend Chelsea Gerd because of her impact on her neighborhood. She's organized her neighborhood into an official association, has affected neighborhood improvements such as the speed humps, the little libraries, assisted law enforcement with crime reduction, and worked to receive a grant from the city for beautification and creating a butterfly garden that is consistent with the city's sustainability plan. My second pick would be Ms. Bianca Latvala, as she is involved with multiple local nonprofits, and she understands how to bring private funds to civic projects, I would think, just with her experience. So those would be my two recommendations, Ms. Gerd, followed by Ms. Latvala.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I agree with Ms. Latvala. I've worked with her on several initiatives, very involved in the community, very organized as well. She also is from a zip code that's not represented in this board, so I would be in support of Bianca Latvala.
Same.
I have the exact same two names written down. Ms. Latvala does represent a zip code that is not represented, as well as experience. And we've worked directly with Chelsea. She is such a hardworking community member, passionate about the community. There's no doubt she would do a great job. I think we passed her over for a community development board appointment at one point as well on the last go-around. So I have those two names written down as well.
Okay. I would like to see Bianca Latvala, but I also want to mention Juan Garcia, who owns Clearwater Beach Fitness over here on Court Street, who's wanting to get active in our community and represent our Hispanic community, and is a good leader as well. But I would like to see Bianca serving, and Chelsea's very active in the community too, and certainly don't have any objection to her either. But I would like to see Bianca appointed.
Agreed.
It's not often we get 7 applicants for one
That's true.
position, so that was very, very good, but I agree.
So
So do we have consent on
If you do
Bianca?
math, it sounds
Bianca.
good.
So I think
Make a motion?
from what I hear, I think we have consensus for Bianca Latvala, and is there consensus to put it on consent then?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Good.
We have
No
consent. Okay. Item 12.4.
Designate a council member to serve on the city's, as a city's official voting delegate at the Florida League of Cities Annual Conference, August 14th through the 16th. This year's conference will be held in Orlando, and as part of the business meeting held on that Saturday morning, I need a voting delegate to represent the city.
If I may, I'm just going to say that on the first day, on the 14th, I'm supposed to be on duty, and then the following day, I have a previous board commitment with the Tampa Bay Estuaries for Friday. So if I'm considered, I'm considered, but for those reasons, I'd like to not be considered.
I think there's a business meeting both Friday and Saturday. Part of it.
The business meeting is on Saturday. There is a meeting on Friday, but technically the voting does not occur until Saturday morning.
Do you have to be present?
Well, I'm going to go for Florida League of Mayors, which is on the front end of it. I don't have any desire to stay for the entire thing. If somebody else really wants to go over there and attend the entire conference, but I will be there for the first part of it. So.
I represent this body at Florida Suncoast League of Cities. I, too, am not jumping up, putting a case to nominate myself for this, but my calendar is available, and I would be willing to do it if you aren't staying or cannot, or if nobody else wants it. So,
As a selling point, just a suggestion. There is the 4 hours ethics training that you are required to have annually. So if you have not done so, that'd be a great opportunity too. And I believe it's Thursday morning, Wednesday or Thursday morning, just as a selling point.
I think we just did it.
I know.
I guess it would count for the next year.
Yeah, that's not one. It's not a selling
I'll do
point.
it online.
I'll do it online. I would appreciate it if you do it.
Thank you,
My
Mike.
office
I
is
would be
back.
okay with Councilmember Marina being the delegate if he wants to be. And that would give me the flexibility to come and go. So.
I mean, you called me Cotton several times today. You do mean me?
Because the real Councilmember Cotton has conflict, so I'd be happy to let you.
I would be honored to represent this body in Florida League of Cities.
It's good.
May I place it on consent?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your trust.
We'll work with this.
Okay, that will move to item 13.1.
Mayor, this is my item. This is the settlement for vehicle accident. I know we've discussed this through one-on-ones. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay, do we have consent?
Yeah,
Mayor. Yeah.
reluctantly.
I just want to say that I also appreciate the opportunity that we've had to have one-on-ones on this topic. It's not common that these types of settlements come forward, and so I'm not going to get into the details of that, but I am looking forward to, we've talked about some ways to improve and enhance as we review these types of things and how to bring them forward and communicate with the team, and so I just want to thank you for that opportunity.
So we have consent on 13.1?
Yeah.
We have consent on 13.1. Thank you. 14.1. City manager?
Yes, also discussed in our one-on-ones is that we've been working with the city of Dunedin to assist them with a marina. Their marina was heavily damaged, rendering it useless throughout the hurricanes. And our team does have the ability to help them out. They're estimating it to be an approximate 2-day assistance, and we're doing an interlocal agreement with them just to formalize that agreement. It's not something that requires council approval, but just certainly wanted to bring that forward so council was aware of what we were doing and be able to answer any questions that they may have. The agreement does provide for Dunedin to pay all costs associated with us providing them with that assistance. ACM Slaughter can give any additional details about the work that's being done or our team's qualifications and capability if you need that as well.
It's relatively similar work that we do every day with our marine trades workers. It's not very overly complicated. I shouldn't say that. It's complicated, but they are very skilled at doing it, so I'm confident in their ability to get it done and get it done in a timely manner. They'll be relocating some pylons and replacing some pylons, and they have an existing floating dock at the marina that they will take and relocate with these new pylons, which will allow the Dunedin to open up their ferry drop-off location. And in addition to that, we will make some modifications to their pier to make it a little more safe. Currently, they have it kind of cordoned off, but this allows us to remove a section and put up some hard railing to make it just a little more protected. Mr. McDonald is here if you need any other particular details. Fortunately, we do have a barge that really gives us this capacity to do it. The rate in which we will be reimbursed will include time for that barge. I'm comfortable that we can do it without the city seeing actually a loss, and with our trades workers having plenty to do, but the marina being closed, this is actually a good way for us to really kind of help a neighbor.
Good.
Okay. Any questions, Councilwoman Manning?
No, I agree, and I thank staff for being willing to help them out. I have sat at Bon Appetit for lunch and stared at that dock and just heard just about every single person at the restaurant that sits out there looks at their dock and says, wow, this is taking forever and what's going on. And we're fortunate in the city of Clearwater to have the resources and the ability to help, and I'm glad that we're doing that. And Dunedin is a good partner of ours, and if there ever comes a time where we need something reciprocated, I know full well. Plus, I do feel a little bit bad. The mayor continues to beat them up in the mayor's challenge, so this probably is a way to give a little olive branch because he keeps beating them up so bad on the baseball field. But I appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, anything else? City manager reports?
No, sir.
Okay. Item 15, city attorney.
Nothing right now.
Okay. Item 16.1, Councilmember Menino.
Thank you. Yeah, this one, this is mine, and I think, let me clarify out the front by saying that it's not, my intent to have this discussion is not to scrutinize or review any proclamations that we've approved or denied that's in our rear view. It was more questions arose regarding proclamations in the process in an unknowing manner of knowing how they worked. I approached staff and said, how exactly do they work, and point me to where those guidelines are, and to find out we do not have a formalized process, which was interesting to me. And then we do have guidelines established, and then I said, well, where are said guidelines? And I was identified a City of Clearwater City Policies Manual that kind of buries 57 different aspects of city guidelines. On a side note, I think later in new business, I would ask us to put on there us reviewing all of these documents of council rules as well as council policies. But just for the sake of today, I hope that we can have a discussion regarding proclamations in the process. And I understand proclamations, to this side or internally to staff might just be easily viewed as ceremonial in nature. But to that side, and that side of the microphone and receiving the piece of paper, a proclamation has an emotional attachment to them, and it means a lot to different segments of our community that are celebrating milestones, achievements, and deservedly so. As a city, we should celebrate those milestones and achievements. But when looking at the process, I think it's important that if us as a body and a council are going to congratulate on a Thursday and just hear about a proclamation and shake hands and take pictures, we should have an opportunity or an ability built into the process to review it, to acknowledge it, to give feedback, whether we agree or disagree. In looking at what other municipalities or even the county does, some municipalities ensure that the mayor as well as all council members sign it as far as a proclamation. If your signature is not on said proclamation, when it's presented, you obviously are not in support of it, and the proclamation is still granted. Other cities do it. They ensure that their proclamation has an opportunity for council to review them, to do their own legwork on the group and what the group stands for, what the proclamation means. And then you have a vote in the work session, and whether it's just handled as a normal 3-2 or 4-1, or hopefully unanimous, we move on and a proclamation's made. But to find out that we have no formalized policy, no time frames, no guidelines on when they should be turned in or completed, as well as no review or approval, but yet we're still in a position where we could be scrutinized or held accountable for, I think is a bit outdated. So my hopes are with that discussion, I'll end it there, that moving forward, we can consider Thursday adopting some sort of modernized formal approach to proclamations that I think is not only fair to this body, but fair to the constituents of Clearwater and the organizations as well. Thank you.
Okay, well, some information, which I tried to explain to the college intern who's writing for the Tampa Bay Times. It's nothing like you just described. I learned a lot. I had no idea how we handle proclamations. I want to say it was my first week. I'm leaning on prior mayors to what's this about, how do you, so, I don't know how many I signed last year. I probably average one a week, close to 50 or 60. And I don't sign all of them that come to me. You would be surprised how many requests we get. We get them from all over the country. We get them from folks who are not locally affiliated. So first I had to get on top of how they come in and how to evaluate them. And then you realize that there are some that come in that have a political agenda to them. It's a group in California that's got something they want to do. So I have, with my assistant, worked out a kind of screening process with them that I don't write any of these. They all come from the outside. Many of them have come from our staff. But we have a process where we do screen them to find out who is this, are they local, do they come in? So what he kind of insinuated in his article, not even close to being accurate. I mean, there is a process. It's kind of a guidelines internally that I've just handled because historically it has been a ceremonial function. They are more important to some groups than others, I get it. And we've tried to be fair with everyone, that if you submit, and they all come, I think they've all come with a draft proclamation, and I will edit that sometimes, or sometimes I just, decide not to do it, because I think they're not local, they don't have they've got some political tone to it. So I don't think this is something we have to react to by Thursday. I mean, we've been doing it this way for years, until this article got written the other day. What a problem. And every time every time we've done one, they're on the agenda. Everybody sees what's coming up. So if certainly a council member or somebody has any question about it, they're always signed before they hit our agenda that's published. So if there's any concern about it before a meeting, there's certainly an opportunity for any council member to object to it, to read it, if there's something that bothers them. And that's been historically our pattern. But it's not accurate to say there's been no process at all, because there has been. It's been informal. Courtney now, we've kind of formalized it better than it was, but there is a process, and we do try to be fair. We don't just sign everything that everybody puts in front of us. They are all generated by somebody else for my review, but I think that, as you pointed out, the council policies that evidently a lot of us didn't even know existed, that my suggestion would be, let's review that whole thing. Let's see not just proclamations, but everything in there, to see if we want to change maybe the proclamations process. That's part of this, but I don't think we have to separate out proclamations from the review of that before Thursday. I think it should be part of a bigger picture.
So my understanding, the whole proclamation process was verbally told to me. And so I was kind of shocked when I read page 15 and it was so ambiguous. I thought there was actually a much more formal process. So I understand that it is ceremonial. I understand that it's informal, and I know that it's not a legally binding document, but it is a form of communication, and it is such that represents the council. And so I think it would be appropriate to adopt some kind of form of process that the county does, which is, it is a team, represents a team, whether their signatures are there or majority of the signatures are there, because it is a form of communication. I have been asked on more than one occasion to do a proclamation that maybe all of you would not agree to, but I just dismissed it as it was not my role. So I do want to have a discussion about this, and I do think it should be re-examined. I do. If it's a form of communication representing the city, I think we should have more involvement as a team.
Well, I would say not to use the county as an example, because the county doesn't have a mayor yet. They may move to that. If they don't, county, they rotate chairs. They don't have a mayor. So we do. We have seat 1 is the mayor. It's set apart, and folks in Clearwater who vote for the mayor to perform these ceremonial functions. So the county doesn't have a mayor. They just rotate their chairs. So it makes sense for them as a commission to do it all. They don't have anyone who's elected to perform ceremonial functions like that, ribbon cutting, so on and so forth.
And so what about if I don't approve of a proclamation that's being given, or I would like to have one that you may not agree with?
Well, they're all on the agenda. I mean, they're all public. I mean, everyone that we have, everyone that has come up before, it's been on the agenda before we get to the meeting. And then nobody to this point has objected. Anybody has come to accept any of these proclamations. But it's not like it's hidden. At any time I have signed one, it's been published at a time that it's going to be presented, and I think it's even linked to the proclamation. So there's been an opportunity all along, and still is, for anybody to object to a proclamation. There was some concern over, I didn't sign one for one group. Any of the four of you can propose a proclamation to me, and I would consider it. All I've asked for any group that feels like there wasn't one done, that it be presented to me like all of these are. And again, I get them from California, New Jersey, New York, national groups that I don't always, number one, it doesn't have a local focus, so that's one thing I look at. I would really prefer, if I'm going to do a proclamation, for someone locally to come accept it. And the other thing is, some of them have had a political bent to them that I've been considered. But if I sign one and it's on the agenda, and you all, everyone's free to say they don't agree with it or whatever at the time. It's you're perfectly with it. I would share just one final line, and I'll let Councilmember Albritton weigh in. Is I don't think it's the best use of our time collectively. I spend a lot of time reviewing these things, receiving requests, analyzing, going through. We've talked about a whole lot here today that's more important. Now, granted, I get it. For some, it's really important to get a proclamation. I understand. But there's a lot of time that I don't think it's collectively in our best use of our time to debate these proclamations one by one. Again, I did 50 of them last year. And I just think the better approach is what we've done. Can we refine the guidelines? Absolutely. But I think leaving it to where it's at now, that the mayor signs and that you all get notice of something if you've got a problem with it coming up, if anybody wants to object. But I don't think this needs to be solved before Thursday. I think it's part of our overall policies, many we didn't even know existed, that it's part of this manual that we review everything altogether. Councilmember Albritton.
Well, I agree with you, and I've been on council the longest here. I've never seen anybody disagree with a proclamation. It is a ceremonial, it's ceremonial, and it's given by you, the mayor. It really doesn't have our names on it. Now, you talk about resolutions, that's different. We dole them out that is, a resolution is something that all of us have to agree on. And I've been at odds with a mayor on a resolution before, where I proposed a resolution and I've been turned down. And I have voted against a resolution that ultimately passed. But I never ever questioned a proclamation. That's just so ceremonial, and really it just doesn't really mean much for us. So I kind of agree with you. That's why you get the big bucks. Because you have to review those and sign them and give them away, so.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd like to say that I completely agree with whatever we decide to re-review these council policies, because some are just antiquated, just should be completely removed. So we do need to figure out what is important and whether that needs to be restructured into the city in a different format, because there are certain things that are good. There's other things that are just, why does it even exist? In regards to proclamations, I don't disagree. You are the mayor, you are the figurehead of the city, you are the one to give and be the face to give those proclamations to those groups. I would maybe propose once you know which ones you will be giving, whenever that process happens, just that maybe you have Courtney send it out to us. These are the proclamations that I'll be giving out, because then it gives whoever may have some sort of issue time to get with Courtney or whatever that process looks like going forward. I don't know if that's sunshine violation because of proclamations. Anyways, that's just a process of maybe if it's possible to give everybody a heads up versus us going from this agenda item today and then having to remember, I wonder what proclamations are coming up tonight, and then logging on to the updated Thursday night agenda. That's just, maybe an idea that might work better.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, again, I'm not trying to hide anything from anybody. Eventually, I gotta take heat or not take heat for whatever, and I'm happy to do that. That's part of the role. But if that just points out to the rest of the council what's coming up, to give you fair notice rather than having to see it on the agenda, I would be fine with that.
Yeah, just
But
sitting
again,
back
I
and
think that's something, probably a lot of things in these council policies that maybe we need to take a look at. But I was surprised, with the council policies. I mean, that it even existed. I mean, I think the city clerk pointed out to me it wasn't one of the ones that's been recent, but there was a business in town that's having a 75th anniversary, and Courtney and I checked with the city clerk, and she's like, well, you can't, for a for-profit business, under our rules or policies, and I didn't know that. That was probably after 9 months of being mayor. So I think that we take a look at all these all together, because I think there are other things too that we want to revisit. And it's measured, I think, to do it in a measured way, to not change.
Just a few things. So when, as part of your onboarding, each member of council receives a copy of the rules and the policies. And I know it's a very hectic process, so it may be overlooked. But in your notebooks, you are given a copy of the current, and it has been changed most recently, and actually those are the current rules, but a few years back, we did major revisions to the actual policy. So a lot of the policies that were in there may have gone to the HR manual, and then some of them were completely deleted because it didn't really, it didn't make any sense in today's time. But it is something that is reviewed annually, and I am working right now with staff to get some new changes being implemented so that it is looked at. But you can see when they were originally adopted, or at least we tried to get the original adoption and when they were changed. So every council reviews them at some point and then decides to make some changes.
I appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you. Okay, again, when I started, I said the intent was definitely not to go backwards and to scrutinize things that were approved or not. In furthering a discussion with some sort of disagreement, it's hard to respectfully try to stay in that lane, because what I don't want to do is point fingers of blame or fault or disrespect anybody on the dais, and definitely you, Mr. Mayor. So what I do want to move forward in saying is I did not say that there was no process. My exact language was read directly from staff's email to me that said there is no formal application process, which is exactly what I said. There are only guidelines to how it's handled, and I can read the guidelines real quick. But Clearwater will not consider using proclamations from all segments of the community without regard to gender, race, ethnicity, or handicap. Proclamations will not be issued to individuals, companies, for-profit organizations, profit-making agencies, political organizations, or religious organizations, except for significant anniversary events of 50 years or 100 years. So my intent in having the discussion was solely not to attack anybody on this dais. It's more in a form of protection. And I think putting that whole responsibility on just your shoulders, A, is outdated and not fair, number one. There should be a checks and balances as there is with almost everything we do in government. Secondly, for us or any of us to say proclamations don't mean much to us, and this is why we bring them forward. The question isn't whether it means anything to us, what it means to those in front of us. And just to say that, tell the Gold Star or the Red Star families we read a proclamation for that it's strictly ceremonial and means nothing to us. Tell our U.S. Coast Guard that we read a proclamation for that it means nothing to us, that it's only ceremonial. These things do mean something. So I think it's archaic for us to sit here and say that we have no formal application process for us. There's no deadline. Somebody submits something on the 3rd of a month, but you don't get it until the 7th or respond till the 7th. Now we only have one meeting following on that month. It's too late. And now that burden and responsibility falls on you, but the accountability level is on all of us. So I think in an effort to help you and reduce some of that responsibility and accountability, if we do somehow institute some sort of formal application process, whatever that discussion may be, and whether it's exactly what you stated or whether it's proclamation must be submitted 2 weeks prior to the 1st of a month, it must still go through you and your team, this is a formal process, it must be identified or presented at a work session, therefore we're aware of it, it's on us to do our homework on who this organization is or isn't. But to go through a couple months where I've received phone calls from mayors of municipalities, other elected officials in the area, scrutinizing me for a proclamation, when my answer is, I have no part of that process, I don't think that's fair to do to us or do to you. So that's why this came up. But I still do think that in today's government, there should be a formal application process, not just for us, but so the constituents know it's printed, it's read, you must submit it by this date, here's how you go through the channels, and we all are operating by the same rules versus just, because, again, I don't want to go there, but there was a religious proclamation that was read, and we have no formalized process, but it strictly states in the only guidelines we have that no religious organization. So that's not fair to put on your shoulders when some of us don't even realize that this 57-item document. Secondly, we just appointed Parks and Rec boards and other boards. Do you know that the qualifications and the things that we should be appointing people on is in one of those 57 things? And the very first thing is gender. The very first thing is race, followed by gender, followed by zip code. There's no mention in there of experience. There's no mention on where they serve or nothing. And that's in these policies as well. They should be reviewed. They should be updated. And I think this is a perfect place to start, is when I submitted this proclamation process, I went back and said, can you remove that assistant city manager and put it as council policies that we need to review? The problem was it was already posted. And I'm not going to have us unpost something to repost it. I think that's probably in one of these council rules as well. So we left it as let's have this discussion on proclamations, and then in future new business, we can look at the 57 policies. But again, if we're willing to put this off and not address it Thursday, but we're saying let's go back and talk about all 57 of these, it's going to come right back up in front of us because it is one of the 57. So why it's here and in front of us, why don't we discuss it and fix it?
Well, one, the religious proclamation, we've done from Habitat for Humanity, that they give a Bible out at every house they dedicate. This one was for Somebody Cares Tampa Bay, presented it. They're a nonprofit. They are faith-based, but Hope Villages of America is faith-based. There are all kinds of nonprofits that present them. So again, you say it's not about that, but it is about this one.
Now we're going into places that I didn't want us to go.
What I'm saying is,
you're on a website where they're defining a man, defining a woman, defining a nuclear family, and now we're starting to separate segments of our community who we do not need to be in the government, in this business of government. So once we attach our names and as a body to those kind of religious beliefs, whether we religiously believe them or not, we're stepping on very sensitive areas, and I don't think there's probably a reason that religious organizations are labeled in here, and it was more in a protection of not just yourself, Mayor, but for the whole body in the city is why it was brought up.
Well, it wasn't one church. I mean, Salvation Army was here. There were 7 or 8 different denominations here. It was the proclamation. We're talking about proclamation. We're not talking about events that went on around it, whatever. And certainly you or any one of the 5 of us can go to whatever events we want. That had nothing to do with the proclamation. Proclamation was a proclamation. And it was a faith-based nonprofit presenting it. So it didn't violate that. What I would share with you is here is if we want to revise what's in there on proclamations, let's do that. We had Councilmember Cotton had a good idea on how we share it ahead of time, so nobody's blindsided, anybody's got any objection to it. But I don't know what your proposal is today to revise what our policy is there.
The purpose of today was to start with number 36 of 57, and if we don't have the ability to review number 36 of 57, how are we going to come back at a later time and review all 57? That does not make sense to me. If this body is not interested in formalizing an approval process for proclamations, then let's move forward. There's a lot of business that is obviously more important than this, but to kick this can down the road, which we're going to find out in the very next agenda item that we kicked a can down the road and now it's before us again, challenging discussions have to be made, decisions have to be made. This is another one. There should be, in my mind, a formal application process attached to this. It covers you, it covers this council, it covers the city, and it does so in respect to the constituents, and I'll leave it at that.
So how are you proposing to amend the current policy?
Today's a Monday in a work session, we're having the discussion. So if you have no interest, there might be 3 or 4 other council members that come Thursday, we will revisit this discussion and we can have a discussion on what ideas they may be. Again, I said there should be time frames. It's a formalized policy. You're much smarter than I am as a lawyer. Formalized policy. What is a formalized policy? You have submittal, you have dates and you have deadlines, you have a review process of the application. What does that review process look like? Does it come before us at a work session? Do we vote on it? Do we approve it? Do we sign it? Do we not? And then you have the awardance of it. And I think that it should be simple. But if the council is not interested in formalizing this process, then I'm fine with that. But I don't think it's fair, because I know Councilwoman received phone calls in the last couple months. I know she received tons of emails because I was receiving the same phone calls and emails from not just representatives and business owners, but from elected officials that disapproved of how we handled proclamations the last couple months. And that is what it is.
No, I'm interested in having a discussion about the process. As a team, I think we should agree on how we can formalize the process at the very least. So everything's clearly written.
So are we giving ourselves homework that if we want to see this change, make that language, we'll present it Thursday, whatever we think's best, we'll vote on to have whomever will be going over?
I'll make this easy on everybody. I will do the homework on my own. I will submit a proposal to all of you by Thursday. You can then decide whether you like it, whether you don't like it, whether you want to make changes or adjustments, and I will give you that, and you don't have to do the homework on it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what we want to do going forward, so.
You can decide whether you want some of it, none of it, piecemeal it, move on to the other 56.
I'm all for hearing your proposal. I mean, absolutely, it's
Good.
definitely worth, obviously, having the conversation, so.
Thank you.
And your proposal will be to amend the city council policies with regard to proclamations.
Solely regarding proclamations in this.
To amend the
How we
city
handle
council
it.
policy. To amend that policy.
To amend our lack of a formal application process regarding proclamations. We're not going to discuss this document at all. We're going to do that at a later date. when it can be properly put on an agenda and everybody can have the right time of notification of when we're looking at it.
Okay.
So is the item back on Thursday?
Yeah,
Okay, that's up. It'll be back on Thursday.
thank you.
Anything further on 16 point? Move to 16.2.
Well, I guess while we're on a roll, I'll jump on that one too. 20 days ago, we sat in the very same position on the dais, and council member brought up the discussion, rightfully so, about the Attorney General's letter and how his discussions went and how it was interpreted. At that point, we identified that although the letter is serious and anything comes on the Attorney General's letterhead with his signature should be taken serious, there was some discrepancies in understanding, not just from this dais, but from different members of staff and very smart individuals in the community about how it was interpreted. And the interpretation that was given us a lack of clarity was how we handle our vacation of right-of-way process going forward. And it's not just because we had a removal of a vacation of right-of-way, it's because we are now in an area where we're gonna set a precedent of how we handle 16.2 acres of county properties. And you very well may find 16.2 acres of properties that is in a process of development, and there is gonna have to be some sort of vacation of a right-of-way. It's gonna be against your comp plan, because vacating of any right-of-way in your downtown district is gonna be against the comp plan. We need to be in a place where we're not setting a precedent that because somebody submits a vacation of right-of-way, we are forced to vacate, which we should not be, and I think the city attorney would fight diligently and hardly to make sure that that doesn't happen to Clearwater. But we need to understand going forward what our process looks like, and has this letter affected it or changed it? And I think it was clear at that time that it had affected our process of how we interpreted this letter and the direction it gave. And can we have a fair market value, or can't we? Can we have assurances of timeframes attached to it? Can we have orientations? Can we keep a deed to a property until construction is finished? These are all assurances that we legally do not know. We have a thought, but we never physically had our city attorney or our city make a clarifying statement transparently to the citizens of Clearwater, and putting us all on the same page as to what this attorney's letter document does to our existing process. And there's still a lack of clarity for what it does. So 20 days ago, I requested on this dais that the city attorney write his opinion memorandum of our process and how the Attorney General's letter affects that, if it does or doesn't. And there was no support on the dais for it, rightfully so. It was actually said that this is premature and it's a little too early to have this discussion. So we waited 20 days. Then this weekend, we all have received an attorney's report that states completely in the contrary of what we believe and what we feel internally regarding our process associated with the vacation of right-of-way. So now we're still at that fork in the road. And what was said was, we're going to come to this place where we have to know. We're not lawyers, you are, Mayor, but we have to know what our city attorney and our city attorney's office gives us on the direction of how we interpret the vacation of right-of-ways in the Attorney General's letter if it changes it. Well, that letter's now been submitted. On the other side, completely in disagreement in what our stance is as a city, and it's already sitting on the Attorney General's desk in their hands to give an opinion. So why this is back before us again is to say, now time is not on our side, it is actually against us. Now, it is not too early to ask this, so again, I'm gonna ask if the city attorney can, and we can give him 2 weeks or whatever he feels is the right time frame for him to effectively write this. But if he can write a letter to us, a letter of memorandum of opinion on our vacation of right-of-way in our process and if it's changed or how it's been affected according to the Attorney General of Florida. So if you don't mind, City Attorney, and I don't want to put you in a spot, but if you don't mind commenting on this request of what I'm making again.
Sure. As the council knows, I mean, I have verbally shared my perspective on this topic for many months. I think everyone, certainly on the dais, is well aware of what my perspective has been. However, these are very complex topics, and they're very hard to express verbally, let alone when I communicate to each of you verbally, and then for you to pass that message along to somebody else. So I do agree that it's appropriate at this point to go ahead and write a formal memorandum. It was also a little bit surprising, and I guess to come back to the mayor's earlier observation about the Tampa Bay Times, that they seem to have misheard a little bit of how the conversation went at the dais. The way it was reported in the media suggested that I had already been directed to write the memorandum, to the point where I had to go back and rewatch the video to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I went back, rewatched the video. I think we all agree that, yes, Councilmember Menino fully brought it up as in plain English as he is today. But the consensus view, as of the last time we discussed it, was for us to talk about it through one-on-ones, discuss some pros and cons, and bring that back for today's conversation. So that is where we are at today. So I'm certainly looking for guidance and direction from the council as to whether you would like me to do that memorandum. A couple things to just think about. So number one, as far as time frame, I do agree. I think 2 weeks is reasonable. It's going to be comprehensive. It's going to be detailed. So if we do this, we're going to put everything out there. I have no problem with that. I'm only explaining why it would take a couple weeks to actually do it. Number two, you do have the Nagano trip coming up. And so keep in mind that the timing of this probably will more or less coincide with your departure to Nagano. That doesn't mean anything good, bad, or indifferent, but just be aware of it. When I'm working on personal notes, just like each of you, right now there are no public records that exist. All I have is what's in my mind and what's in my personal notes. But once we get to a place where I'm either sharing drafts, let alone if I were to communicate it to council or things of that nature, we do have public records. And at that point, because we do tend to receive daily public records requests on this topic from all interested parties, I would expect that it will be released very quickly. There are exemptions in Florida law for times when we anticipate litigation and things of that nature, but frankly, at the moment, we have not been explicitly threatened with litigation by anybody in the case. And so it is my opinion that whatever memorandum I draft, if that's the direction of council, will be public record. It will be subject to release right away. I don't have a problem with that, but the council, as the holder of the attorney-client privilege, needs to know that and needs to understand that before you give me that direction, because I don't want you guys to be surprised when I write something and then it's out there right away in the public, because it definitely will be. So not shy about it, just want the council to be aware of how that would likely play out. That's it.
So I read the letter. It's not shocking to me. That's the expression of the opinion of their client. So nothing shocking there. However, I think it is time to have the memorandum written. I know that all our one-on-ones were, and the way we moved forward was based on your legal opinion and counsel. So I think it's time that we put it in writing. It is time. The sooner the better.
Councilmember Alden?
I agree with that. You know, I've gone back and forth and had people calling, and it's time that you put it in writing. And because that's what we need from you right now, is what your opinion is, an opinion letter from the city attorney. And, you know, if you're thinking that you're gonna have it ready the day we go to Nagano, it'd probably be good to give it to us when we come back, because I don't want to be in Nagano and have the Times calling me, you know, with questions. I'd rather have it when we get back, where we can, because we're gonna get questions from everybody when that happens. So that's my opinion.
Councilmember Cotton?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you bring up obviously a important and heated topic. After reviewing the letter that was just emailed to the city on July 3rd, I find myself at the wonderful word that we all in city government like is impasse, right? I believe there's really one question that needs to be answered. You're well aware of that question. We've been over it. And that's, does section 95.361 of Florida statutes, section 163.380 of Florida statutes, or section 2.01, subsection D, subsection 5 of the Clearwater City Charter establish that the city of Clearwater still owns the land under South Garden Avenue if the city decides to vacate the public right-of-way on that road? It seems like if this question is answered, then all the subsequent questions that you have had also get answered. And again, I say it in impasse because we've had how many conversations that you've pointed out, and I'm sure you've had these same conversations with my colleagues here. And quite honestly, your interpretation and the perceptions of others that I've also heard from are logical and well-reasoned. So as you've pointed out, not being an attorney, I wish that I had the legal mind and understanding of how to articulate these things and reasonings, but I don't. And that's why I lean on you, and I hear and trust everything you're telling me, and then I hear great arguments to the other side. And this is where I think you doing this memo is going to be important because of that one important question. And I hope that that proceeds and gives us clarity going forward, and who knows where we find ourselves after that, but at least we'll know where the city stands and how it's interpreted.
Well, yeah, this is why we have courts, and this is why we have judges. When there are lawyers that disagree and clients that disagree, parties that disagree, they go to a court, to a judge, a trier of fact to settle the difference. And that's what needs to be done here. If the property owner here doesn't agree with our position on it, then their recourse is not to go to the Attorney General, who has no jurisdiction over a street vacation. The Chief of Staff shared that with me. They don't have any jurisdiction over that issue. Their recourse is to go to a court and to ask for the court to settle, does the city own the street if it's vacated or not? And they're welcome to do that. But that's where we're at. I think, the city attorney has repeatedly given us his opinion that, and his staff, that they think the law is that we have a property right in the street. So the property owner here disagrees with that. And so, the court doors are open every day, and we can eventually go there. I don't know if it hurts us to have our attorney, our city attorney's opinion be public record. It would be filed in a brief that would be public record anyway, in some type of court dispute or resolution of it. So I don't know if that hurts us, but that's where it will eventually get resolved if we, as a city, and the property owner don't agree. Councilmember Menino.
No, I don't disagree with you. I think a couple things. First off, this is time sensitive, as the city attorney mentioned. I think the council member mentions, with this group going to Nagano, you would hope that it wouldn't be released until you got back. I think, we're already going to be 2 weeks and 3 days. We're about 17 days behind already on having. What you want is if an attorney general is going to give an opinion, it's what they've been waiting for. It's been mentioned since we first received the letter that there is no request for a response, and I agree with you. While you're right that there's no request for a response in writing, the request for a response is in your future actions. And careful what your future actions are. That's gonna be your response, City of Clearwater or City Council. I don't think that we have an opportunity with respect to the council member to say, take your 2 weeks. If it coincides with 10 days trip, then let's, hold it 10 more days. I think you're going to find yourself over a calendar month out. I don't know if the state of Florida is going to hold their opinion, and they're going to give an opinion. Unfortunately, what an opinion would be giving on is a narration that's submitted to them that we do not agree with. We don't agree that the case, the side, the opinion that was rendered to them is not the same opinion we have. And we do value this road, and to a point where it's not just a sentimental or emotional value, it is a revenue source and a revenue stream on the tax records for the citizens of Clearwater. So it is important to have this answer. Again, we've said, and many of us have on this dais, that this needs to be a transparent process. We need to have these difficult and challenging discussions that are not comfortable for any of us. This is far more comfortable than a proclamation discussion, but none of these discussions are fun to have, but they're challenging, and we need the answers. And we don't just need the answers because of a downtown organization that wants a vacated road. We need the answers because we have a lot of future business going forward in our downtown, whether it's 16.2 acres, that's a generational opportunity in our downtown. We're setting the precedent and setting a message to developers all over the country and world how this is handled. And do our processes make sense? Do they fall in line with state laws, county laws, city laws, national laws? And right now it's in question, and we do not have those answers. And the city attorney has told us all in our individual meetings what his interpretation is, but it has not once been said on the record in the sunshine in front of the citizens of Clearwater and the businesses and other organizations. And I think it's important that we continue not just this process, but other processes going forward that are challenging and difficult to do it in the public and to do it in the public's eye. And regardless of what direction it goes, it needs to be had. It's in the best interest of Clearwater. If we sit on this and wait and it doesn't get submitted, or we say don't do it, go to the courts, I don't know what it looks like. And city attorney, you could probably give me a better answer. What does it look like if we do not submit a letter, if we don't submit our narration of what we believe to be fact in our interpretation of our process, and we allow the attorney's opinion that has been submitted to them, and we allow a determination to be made by the Attorney General? Are we in some sort of a risk in doing that?
Well,
I'm asking him, Mayor. I'm not asking you.
I know, but
you're the attorney.
But
and
back
you're
to what we said
far
earlier, the
smarter.
Attorney General is not a trier of fact. He has no jurisdiction here. So I don't know what letter the property owner is pitching to folks, that is some Supreme Court ruling that's going to stay us from doing whatever. He does not have that jurisdiction. And we don't have any case in the city attorney way that's before him, like a judge would have to make a ruling. So I don't know why we're trying to anticipate, something that is not going to be dispositive. And the city attorney can tell me that we're not under any, like you would be in a court case, we're not under any time deadline by a court order to respond within a certain amount of time. So you can elaborate on that. But
I think it depends on, on where we are getting that expectation from. There's definitely a big difference between what we deal with in the court of law, versus sometimes either what we deal with in the court of public opinion or what we deal with stakeholder relations and things of that nature. Legally, I don't perceive any particular urgency to this at all. There is nothing pending before the city. There's no application that's pending. There's no lawsuit that's pending. There's no explicit threat. So legally, to the mayor's point, we're really under no compulsion, no time pressure at all. We don't have to do anything. However, I recognize the fact that there is, I don't know if I'd say anxiety, request, pressure, whatever we want to call it, from the church and their representatives, both coming our way as well as apparently coming to Mr. Uthmeyer's office. In addition to that, we know there's significant public interest, not just from the church, but also from many other people, either who are supportive, not supportive of the deal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a significant public interest topic, which we're all aware of. So I think legally, no, we don't have to do anything. We could sit our hands and, if there is or there isn't an opinion that comes out of Mr. Uthmeyer's office, and it really does not directly bind the city in the trier of fact way, as the mayor said. But I recognize the value in this because there is so much public interest and so much important stakeholder issues. And I think you brought up a great point, Councilmember Menino, about the precedent when it comes to many of our other properties downtown, because we are going to be embarking on this with the county, and there are going to be developers that are going to be interested. And so if the council does give me the direction to write the memo, yes, it's going to be focused on this, meaning like this request, this letter from the Attorney General's office, but it's also going to be a much broader conversation that talks about what that process needs to look like as far as vacation, what are the legal principles that govern vacation, because I agree entirely. I think that is going to come up in other contexts, and so I think this is a good time to address it, for that reason.
Go for it.
No, I am not going to be on the record on this dais laughing or finding any sort of humor in something that comes directly out of the Attorney General's office. And while some can say it's out of his or their jurisdiction, or it's been said stay in their lane, I am not going there. We can all read the news. We all read newspapers. We see some of the situations that the state of Florida's Attorney General's office has issued opinions on, many of which I never would have thought, and maybe they do not have that right or the ability, but they're making statements and giving their opinions on. We've all seen county sheriffs, school board members, commissioners, and even mayors removed from their post from the governor because of not following their direction or their order. So I'm not saying there's an anxiety from an internal pressure within our cities. There is a pressure from the state of Florida, and I don't care if this Attorney General's letter was written by Adam Sandler. We can laugh about it if we want. It's on the state of Florida's letterhead with the Attorney General's signature on it. So we can say he doesn't want to be involved in it. We can say it's out of their jurisdiction. It's too bad. They put themselves in it. They're asking for our response in the city on how we move forward with it, and they're watching it. So I'm going to tread on this lightly. I am not attorney. You can find comfort in this, but I do not until we have the correct legal direction and opinion given that we're all comfortable with.
So I would say this, and I think you brought up a good point with the future county properties that will be here that you also alluded to, Mr. Margolis, and setting the precedents to know that we have clear direction going forward, because that is something that is generational, right? Once those properties are up, sold, and developed, that's it, and we probably will see ourselves in this situation again. Saying all of that to also say, I'm here to be a good steward of our taxpayer dollars, and I don't think finding ourselves in a lawsuit after lawsuit is a good representation of the city attorney's office time, depending on where all of these vacations can go. So that's why I think it all comes back to this one, specific question, and then everything else kind of floats from there. I think that our process, talking to the city attorney does seem to be impartial. However, we are having this one hiccup on, it seems, the fee simple title that we're having an issue on, and that's where we just need to decide where do we go from here. So I think, again, the memo would be a good thing, and I agree wholeheartedly that I think everybody does here. I would hope that a letter from the Attorney General is a big deal. Like, I mean, you don't balk at something like that or just cast it to the wayside. And I completely agree with your sentiment on that. So I don't think time's on our side either. I don't mind getting the report as soon as you get it, and then I don't know a number that's calling me while I'm on vacation, I don't have to answer it. Send it to voicemail, deal with it later. I understand that's might not be the sentiment of everybody else. However, I think the time isn't on our side with this. Either way, quite frankly. I mean, who knows what happens? You can get something from the Attorney General's office tomorrow, So I think we need to move and be prudent with this so that we, as a governing body, know what clear direction to give to our city manager and city attorney, so.
Well, go back to the last meeting, Councilmember Menino, that letter was written to me. I spoke with the Chief of Staff, the Attorney General, 3 times. So for you to sit here and tell me I'm not taking it seriously, that is not accurate, okay? I'm taking it seriously. I spoke with them 3 times. Once before we got the letter, but I'll tell you, I am not going to let a property owner intimidate me by waiving that letter and trying to intimidate me into approaching my role as a city council member differently just because they're threatening us with a letter from the Attorney General and potential action or whatever. I'm not going to be intimidated by a property owner. That's, everybody else can decide whether, but for me, no. And I'm not going to sit up here and advocate or argue the arguments that the property owner would be arguing here. I'm not going to do that. And so do I take it seriously? Yes. I've spoken with them no less than 3 times. The letter was addressed to me. I took it seriously. I reached out to him and I spoke with him 3 times. But I'm not going to let a property owner intimidate me with that. Again, he does, and this was considered in my conversation, they don't have jurisdiction over street vacation. The tone of the letter was on religious discrimination, and that's where I was asked to be careful, and I take that seriously. Going forward, to take seriously the comments I make, to make sure that it's not in any way intended, my evaluation, to be discriminating against buyers. But none of my conversations were about the Attorney General deciding whether or not property rights pertain to this street. Yes, there's the Attorney General opinion that was years ago that he cited in there. But I take that letter seriously. It was written to me, spoke with the city attorney shortly after we received it, spoke to the Attorney General's office before I got it. But I'm not going to be intimidated by the property owner who keeps waiving that. Now their attorney has written us, trying to intimidate us into not choosing to not vacate the street. I'm not going to do that.
That's fair. I don't think you should, and I respect that in our leadership and in you, Mayor, and I appreciate that. I think it is important as a unit, as a team going forward, that we are all on the same page, that we all have the same information that we're operating with to make decisions, that we have a clear path and understanding of what the process is as far as our city moving forward, not just because you keep wanting to turn this into this applicant, and I haven't mentioned this applicant one time. This is about Clearwater, the future of Clearwater, and our downtown moving forward. I believe that it's important that we keep it in the public and being transparent about the process. And as we're educating ourselves, which we obviously need, because none of us have the answer to, do you own the property or do you not? Sounds like a pretty simple question, but we do not have the answer. We do not have the answer of how we interpret a statute that has 14 letters, 7 numerals, and 7 decimal points. It's not the applicant that's only telling us. There's very respected non-church members in this community, previous elected officials at all levels of city, county, and state that interpret that letter that we are in the wrong. It's not pressure from the church. I'm not receiving any pressure from the applicant. The pressure we should be feeling is from the state of Florida and how we interpret their letter, and how we handle this process going forward is being watched, and we should be careful. I agree, Councilmember, 100%. It is not in the best interest of our constituents to say, well, let's go to court and let's fight the applicant in the court of law. Track records, I'm born and raised here. I know you've been here 10, 12 years. I'm not sure how long it's been. But that pathway of lawsuits in the court system has almost never worked out for anybody. They have far greater resources than we do. So we have to approach this and all our dealings way more strategically. We have to find solutions outside the box, and we have to do it all operating as a team. So I apologize in any way, shape, or form If you felt that I was putting a belief or a behavior into you that you were not, I'm respectfully, I'm sorry for that. But I do think it's important that we move forward as a team in the public with accurate information, and we do that, in this case, with a legal opinion from our city attorney's office that's public record, and we go forward from there for future generations to come, not just for one applicant. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any problem with the memorandum. I mean, it's essentially going to be what our brief would be if there was a court action, I would think. I do think, though, the time frame that city attorney has said for producing that, if we were briefing this kind of thing in a court, you would get 30 days to put it together. So I don't think it's unreasonable, his ask to take some time to not release it during a time when 4 of us will be out of the country. So I don't think that's unreasonable in the timing his request. But I don't have any objection to have him do a memo on it.
I mean, it's up to council as far as the timing. I mean, it'll take me about 2 weeks to do this. I mean, so I need 2 weeks to do this. The council can decide, do you want it as soon as it's done, recognizing that will probably be right when you guys start leaving for Nagano, or would you like me to hold it? If I hold it, at that point, I haven't formalized anything, I haven't perpetuated it, I haven't communicated it to anyone, I can't show any drafts to anybody, I can't do anything like that, because if I do that, it'll be public record right away. But as long as it's still mine, as long as I don't show it to anybody, communicate, perpetuate, or formalize, it's still my personal notes. I wouldn't, I'm not necessarily expressing a preference one way or the other, but I just wanted the council to know it will not take me a full month to do this. And the reason for that, candidly, is because we've spent so much time talking about it. I mean, to be perfectly blunt, this is not a new topic. This is something we've been all talking about for so long that I feel like once I really start putting words on the page, it's going to actually flow pretty quickly. So I think, to be honest, the council's probably going to be surprised at how lengthy this is by the time it's done, but it's because it's already between what's in my personal notes already and what's in my head. I think it's actually going to go pretty quickly. So to the mayor's point, I don't know that I necessarily need 30 days. I think I can get it done much faster than that. Hopefully I don't regret saying that later, but I think I can get it done in 2 weeks. But whether the council would like me to hold that, take a little bit more time with it, is completely up to the council. So just wanted to mention that as part of the nuance to this. One other thing I wanted to just say briefly. So, and to kind of come back to a point that the mayor's also made, you know, under normal circumstances, if a lawyer, and especially city attorneys, county attorneys, like those of us who represent the public sector, are either anticipating some kind of litigation, or it seems like things are heading in that way, I would say the conventional practice or the best practice is oftentimes not to create a bunch of records prematurely. However, in this particular case, I think there is so much interest from so many stakeholders, number one. Number two, it's such a complex topic. And number three, we've been so transparent from the very beginning about what our position is in the city attorney's office. And finally, we are so confident in our position that I have no problem having it printed in the Tampa Bay Times. So I think under these particular set of facts, I am supportive of doing the memorandum, even though under most normal circumstances, I think the best practice would be not to do it. But I think I'm fine with it under these set of facts because I think it's time.
If you're that confident, just do it. Just do it.
Well, why don't we do this? You say 14 days, right? You say 2 weeks. It looks like this group is going away in like 12 or 13 days. There might be a chance that you are just so smart, you get it done in 11 days and everybody's home. So why don't we say within 2 weeks? I don't think we have to make a decision on this dais whether you put it together and immediately release it, right? Can you not do your homework? And if you don't get it done in time, you then sit on it and take your time on sending it until the body gets back, if that's what they prefer. And if there is a chance that you are finished, you feel good about it before the group leaves, then you send it to us?
It's possible, but I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I think if the council's priority is to get it quickly, let me put it this way, I will not allow the quality of the work product to suffer under any circumstances, especially given how high profile this is. But if the council's priority is to get it quickly and to get it before you guys leave for Nagano, I believe that's doable, but I will have to probably reprioritize things. Like I will probably need to make sure my calendar is blocked for this. As you know, the manager and I are working on some other things that are important to the city, talking with the Phillies, among other things. In all candor, if we're going to make that my priority for the next couple of weeks, I can probably handle that and work with the manager, with the Phillies, and probably not have time for a whole lot else. If the council's okay with that, recognizing that may require me to reschedule some things along the way, then I can commit to that dedicated time and have that done before you guys leave for Nagano. But I would be very reluctant to promise you that I'm going to be able to get it done before you leave to Nagano without putting some other things either on the back burner. But you know, subject to council telling me otherwise, my assumption is that certainly, again, doing my part to work with the manager on the Phillies is, we know, is high priority. I can, this also, but I think everything else probably has to be a little bit pushed down if this is going to be the priority for the next couple of weeks, so.
I'm not going to Nagano, so that your time frame, I'm good with it, but how important it is to the rest of this body, do you have a concern that it's released on day 2 of your trip and it's in your email inbox?
I'm doing an 8-hour virtual from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. So this is a working trip
So your
for me,
answer is
so I
no.
don't have a
And do you have a concern with it?
No. No, you go ahead and when you finish it, send it to me.
And I'm fine with that as well, so that, I don't know how the other two feel, but.
I can count.
Just trying to speed the discussion up.
I completely do not understand the sense of urgency on our end. We're not asking for anything here. This is being approached. That said, if the city attorney thinks he can kick it out, then I'm fine with that. I personally would not set aside other more important things to do it because it's, from the city standpoint, the citizens' standpoint, we're in no hurry to do this. I understand the property owners very anxious to get it done, but we are not. So to the extent that we've got, he can do it without setting aside other important things that he might have to address. I don't have any problem with him doing it as quickly as he can. So.
I believe we covered that. I mean, he'll still stay on the large topics that are within his next 2 weeks' schedule, but he'll prioritize this. And I think the reason that it is back up is because of, predominantly for me, and the reason why I wrote this question out to bring up is because of our July 3rd email that we got in that afternoon. I mean, not only were each of us attached to it, but the Attorney General's office was attached to it. So I don't want to just sit here in the dark and not know where we need to go. I would rather David produce the information, and if the Attorney General's office gives us something before that or gives us something right after that, I'd rather know where we stand and what decisions we need to make going forward, not just for this potential proposal, but all future vacations. So that's why I think that this is, as you've also highlighted, a limelight topic. You know, it's not just something that is important to 2 or 3 of us. It's a lot of the community. I mean, we have one gentleman that's been in the audience the whole time. It's for probably this specific thing. So it is important to the greater community. And I think that we deserve to give them, our taxpayers, information. Knowledge is power.
I'm with you. And you two were comfortable and you've already made calls through the state attorney's office. Is it in our interest, city attorney, to maybe notify the attorney's office that this is what we're doing? You've been directed to write this opinion of memorandum on such and such a date, so that maybe before we do get some opinion thrown at us that is not in our favor and is not in the citizens' favor, that they do know what is coming down the pipeline from Clearwater?
Oh, it's going to be better than that. So this is my plan. So assuming that this is the direction from council, and it sounds like there is consensus for me to go ahead and at least write the memorandum. One of the things that I'm going to do quickly is reach out to Mr. Potter, who represents the church, and I would like him to clarify some things in his letter. There were some aspects that even in talking about it this morning at the city attorney's office, candidly, we're not really sure where he's coming from. So I am going to reach out to him and see if we can get some better insight. It is important to me, and I think it should be important to everyone, that we not mischaracterize someone else's views. There's an old saying that says anybody can knock down a straw man. I don't like it when people do that to me. I'm certainly not going to do that to anybody else. So I'm going to reach out to him and say, Bob, can you go ahead and help me understand where you're coming from on some of these issues to make sure that if there is something that we need to consider, then I want that to be part of the memorandum. It's in everybody's best interest, whether it's us, whether it's the public, whether it's the church, whether it's Mr. Uthmeier's office, to have all of the facts known up front so that we're operating from as many common facts and common legal principles as possible, and hopefully narrow that scope of issues and narrow that scope of potential disagreement, if there is any. So my plan will be not only to let him know, which I'm sure he will know quickly anyway, because obviously we're discussing this in the sunshine, but in fact to actually proactively reach out to him and ask for him to potentially give a little bit more insight into some of the things that he articulated in his letter. And then it's up to him to decide whether he'd like to articulate any of that or elaborate on any of that or not. So, yes.
And I appreciate that answer, but my question was not so much about the applicant's attorney, it's about the Attorney General's office. Because I truly don't, I have no concern of what Mr. Potter's opinion is. He's not my legal representative, nor do I know who he is. You're our legal representative, and I take advice from you and direction from you when it comes to a legal opinions. But my question was, is it in our best interest in almost doing a solid to the Attorney General's office, who supposedly we've heard from multiple council members that it's not a topic they're interested in continuing to be in? Unfortunately, they input themselves in it. Is it in our best interest to give the state attorney's office a heads up that you have been directed, and in 14 days, the city of Clearwater's official memorandum of opinion on this will be given, so that they're not proactively throwing a decision down before you get a chance to go through all this legwork? That was my question.
So it sounds reasonable. I mean, I'll certainly defer to both the mayor and Councilmember Cotton, because each of you guys have had the conversations, with Mr. Dewhurst. So it seems reasonable to me to touch base with him, let him know that, hey, this is something we're working on. I mean, even if they are standing by their perspective that they really want nothing to do with this, or that it's not their role, they'll probably appreciate the heads up. But I don't have any contact with them, to be honest, so I would defer to the mayor and to Councilmember Cotton if you guys are inclined to do so.
I can call him again. I don't mind if the city attorney calls him, but I can call him again. Mr. Potter is the property owner's attorney. He's advocating for them. So, and I would hope we are, keeping in mind that we work for the citizens, and it's the property owner's job to advocate their own position, not for us to advocate for them. And so they have Mr. Potter, who's there to make the legal arguments for them, and the Attorney General's not their attorneys either. He's not even a fact finder. It doesn't really even have jurisdiction on this type of issue. So I don't know what opinion letter they're going to write or not write, but I'm happy to reach out to them again, and city attorney can too, just to make sure I'm not missing anything here. But Mr. Potter is their attorney. He wrote the letter he wrote as their advocate, which he should. He is their advocate. He's the one who's best positioned to further their position on this whole issue. And so I think we leave it to him to advocate for them. But I don't have any problem with reaching out to Attorney General's office again, and Councilmember Cotton can too, Any of us can. You can even reach out to them directly if you want to, but the city attorney as well. But it's not going to, I don't think, change anything. Again, Mr. Potter is the attorney for the property owner. He's the one the best to make these arguments. He wrote a letter to us stating their position. I think it's fine for the city attorney to respond to him in that regard. But I think the property owner is trying to pull in the attorney general here in a way that I don't think it's, I don't really understand that. And it's really for our city attorney to work out with their attorney, whatever the way is forward on this.
I think that's fair. I don't know why in 2.5 minutes of the statement, you talked about the church's attorney and advocating for them when that's has nothing to do with any of these discussions. We're solely trying to advocate for the citizens of Clearwater and for the city of Clearwater and for this dais. And none of us, in no place in that discussion did I say I had a care or concern for what the church's attorney stated. That their opinion does not matter to us, and it shouldn't. What matters is the legal opinion of our city and the stance we take. So it's uncomfortable on your continuing to try to align, whether it's a stance or an opinion that some of us might or might not have with an applicant. That's kind of frustrating. I'll leave that alone. I hope that stops. What we're advocating for is the citizens of Clearwater and the city of Clearwater. We are all on the same page with that. None of us up here care what attorney represents an outside applicant or what attorney doesn't. What we're concerned about is the city's legal opinion and how the Attorney General's office that issued a letter to you, Mayor, and attached it to all of us regarding vacation right-of-way and our interpretation of it. So I'm not advocating for anybody except the citizens of Clearwater and the city of Clearwater. And I think everybody's doing the same.
You have the direction you need?
So, all right, so it sounds like I'll be working on the memorandum, but one thing, just again, to be clear on the timing of this, so is the preference for me to get it done before you guys leave for Nagano? If the answer is yes, just understand that I will be putting other things other than the Phillies, but I'll be putting some other things on pause, which is okay. But I do believe if I put other stuff on pause, that may include canceling weeklies with council members, by the way. But assuming that's okay, I believe this can be done before you guys leave for Nagano. Or the alternative is that I take my time with it, not going to affect the quality of the work product at all. It's more just a question of where do I devote my time over the next couple weeks. Do you want this to be something that we get done before you guys leave for Nagano, or are you okay with it being deferred until you guys come back? And that's really the only other direction I'm looking for at this point. Certainly have heard from different perspectives, I guess I'll say, as to the speed with which the council would like to see the work product.
I would say as soon as diligently possible for me.
I'm not in some prioritized rush where I want to see the city's attorney's office stop all city business. When you have very important things on your desk and things to handle, I hope you can continue handling your daily work. And if we just opened the discussion and found 2 weeks as a fair, if that 2 weeks falls 4 days in the trip, then so be it. But I think that finding a balance of handling your daily operations responsibly in the city can coincide at the same time, and where that time frame takes you, 13 days, 15 days, 16 days, if they're on day 3, 4, 5, 6 in Nagano, then you release it. But I'm not prioritizing and telling you, block out your schedule, cancel all appointments, and this is all hands on deck for you. That's not my direction.
Understood.
I'm hearing a lot of unease, so sooner rather than later. If it makes most of us more comfortable and have their mind at ease, and sooner rather than later.
Is the council okay with it coming to you while you're in Nagano? Because it may be day one, for example, of your trip. And to the point, and the reason we're spending a little bit of time on this is because I think we all know that it probably will result in a lot of inquiries as soon as we send this from a wide range, of stakeholders. And that's okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But because of our 12-hour time difference, it may be challenging for either us to communicate or for you to communicate with anybody else during that time. I have no problem with sending you guys on day one of Nagano, because I think that kind of coincides with 2 weeks, and maybe it even gets done a little bit before that, but I don't want to promise that and then let you down. So if it does come, for example, on day one of Nagano, is the council okay with that, recognizing that that will coincide with what will likely be the public release of it? I just don't want you to be caught off guard by it. It's nobody's fault, it's just the weird timing of your trip. So that's the only reason we're spending a little bit more time on the conversation.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like, if needed.
I won't be there, so your time frame, and I'm good.
You're-
I will be right here in the city of Clearwater.
I'll be right here with you. All right, that sounds good. Well, if there's nothing further, then I think I have my marching orders, which is to start working on that.
Thank you.
Okay, item 17, any new business to come?
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and say it. I mean, tackling one was a heck of a task, but I think it's in our best interest. Again, we have 57 council policies and a manual, and I think it was even said on the dais that most of us are completely unaware that it existed, and that's unfortunate to say, but it is there and it was sent to all of us. I think at least reviewing them and finding things in your one-on-ones in the next week or two, I don't care when we put it on the agenda to discuss, but I think it's find items in here that are so important they need to be codified into resolutions, and let's make sure that it's governing documents for the city. And if it's something that's not, and it was thrown in at one time for a staff policy to go through and it's no longer needed, then let's repeal it. But I think combing through that in our council rules is important for us moving forward.
Any other new business? Closing comments by mayor, I have none, so we'll move to item 19, adjourn. Unless there's anything else to come before the work session, we will adjourn the work session for July 7, 2025.